How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome. Time to duel? What are we dueling for? Ain't doing no dueling. World of Warcraft to play. I'm pissing around dueling. When was the last time you saw Manthias do PvP? Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in. Okay. Quick, very quick check on... Very quick check on retail, just to see if we've sold any pets, and then we'll dive over to the beta. What's the 9 days thing for? What? Oh, is your WoW sub due to expire? Oh, probably, yeah. I don't bother buying it in advance. I just, when it pops up a button, do you want to continue playing? I just press yes. I don't care. Coffee. Yes. Muchos needed. How is everybody doing this morning? Are we all good? Are we ready for the weekend? Obviously, Matthias never played Yu-Gi-Oh! No, I was a Pokemon fanboy. I can't deny. I was never really much into the Yu-Gi-Ohs, or the Digimons, or the whatever the other ones were. Auction House PvP, we do some of that. I mean, that's Mimi PvP, innit? That's not real PvP. It's more brutal, but it's not real. I've not got many plans today. Usually I try to go into the stream with at least some sort of an idea of what the hell I'm going to do, because I at least believe it leads to better content. Yet today I've got no clue what's going on. No clue what's going on whatsoever. I've not really prepared. I think I'm just going to play the beta. I don't have any distinct plans. I started yesterday's stream by trying to set some plans and then just completely ignored all of them and played around with prospecting, which, hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Who has used the new cheat sheet, by the way? Who's downloaded themselves a copy of the new cheat sheet? Who's all TSM API'd up with their cheat sheet now? Trying to get it into the hands of a bunch of people to give it a bit of a, push its paces, see what the TSM servers are capable of. There's a couple of people claiming that they had issues with it accepting their TSM API key, but hopefully that's only a temporary thing. I think generally though, most people who have given it a go, by the looks of things, I've seen a fair few people giving it a go, pulling in their Realms data. I think for the most part, it's quite smooth in how it operates. I'm biased, obviously. I made it, but I think it's quite smooth. I think it's quite simple, straightforward to use. Obviously, it doesn't do a lot now because it's been retrofitted into my original cheat sheet. My original cheat sheet had a very strong design philosophy of I wanted to keep it as simple as humanly possible. So I was trying to keep any form of fanciness to a minimum. Yet now that one of the big hurdles of having just, basic data in the sheet is taken care of by the API, it doesn't need to be quite so simplistic. We can start doing some cleverer, some fancier things. But that will come for the Dragonflight cheat sheet. I'm not going to be making any significant changes to the Shadowlands one anymore, so. Did you write the JavaScript code that talks to the TSM API? I didn't personally write all of it. I got provided a template from the guys at TSM, and I tweaked it and edited it a touch. I can edit code for the most part, but when it comes to like actually writing it from fresh, I don't know enough. I think my Sheets is broken every time I try and make a copy. Sorry, unable to open the file at present. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Unfortunately, there is often a thing where, for some reason, if too many people are trying to view it at a single point in time, it doesn't allow people to make copies or has issues when making copies. I'm not quite sure why that is, but I don't think that should really be happening now. I'm not sure. Have they opened the API to the public again? Yes, they have. Yes. So you can, if you check in the Discord, because obviously I pin this up in the Discord. What I've done in the Discord, in the Shadowlands cheat sheet channel, I've updated the pinned comment. I've updated it to have the 2 versions of the cheat sheet now. The manual price entry, the beginner one, is still there, still available, but I've also added a separate link for the API integrated one.
Hello there.
You might have to enable the custom script that goes with it in order to copy it. When you go to file, make a copy, it will ask you if you want to also copy the script. I should probably specify that you need to copy the script. Because it's the script in the background. It's this script. Where is it? Where's it gone? I can show you the script, I reckon. App scripts. Oh, hang on. Let me just check that doesn't show anything that it shouldn't show. I'm just checking that this doesn't show my... I don't think it shows my API key. At least it shouldn't do. But you practically can see all of the code in here. So if you have any concerns or you want to change it or tweak it at all, feel free to do so. But it's all up and running. Any drama in here? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I've to keep the drama to a minimum, but I've I know we were talking quite a bit the other day about the whole Twitch sub revenue shenanigans, and I am so itching to just do like a full-on video on that, because it's blown my mind just how many of the I had a mini Twitter rant about this last night. I had a little bit of a mini Twitter rant in terms of it's incredible just how many of the top creators on this platform have no idea how the platform works. And it's the long-term success of this platform that keeps them in a job. Sure, they have their own audiences and stuff, but when they've built their business on the foundations of Twitch's platform, to not have the first understanding of how Twitch works is crazy. Actually mental. Now, obviously, not everybody that streams on Twitch has gone to business school. I get that. But we're not talking like... This is not like university level shit. This is just the basic understanding of business. You know?
Here's to another month of rants.
Hey, Carney, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Like the very simple stuff, right? A business gets bigger and a business has more costs. Guess what the business then also needs to do? It has to also make more profit to counteract those costs. Duh. You know, if you want to put more fuel in your Lamborghini, you are going to need to pay for more fuel to put in your Lamborghini. How do these people not understand this? I've told you before, you can tell and explain these things perfectly. It's the thing is I don't quite know how to approach it, because it's so off-brand for what I usually put on the YouTube side of things, which is why I'm more confident just chatting to you guys about it. But if I was to start making YouTube videos on this sorts of content, I'd have to be careful how I do it. Already seen 3 streamers move to YouTube from yesterday, including Nobble. Really? doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Let's put it just in really simple, really blank terms. The ad situation on Twitch is aggressive, and it's only going to have to get worse. And the only reason that I say that is because the ad situation is what will keep Twitch alive. It's quite clear that the size that Twitch has become now, if Twitch do not fix their ad platform system, they will die. They have no ability to scale their growth any further than they already have without implementing a solid ad platform.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Because ads
Ranthius
scale
to
with watch
engage.
time. All right, shush, relax. Ranthius is not engaged. This is explaneous. But welcome in, Dub. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. It's quite simple. Ads scale with watch time. The more people that are watching streams on Twitch, the more viewers that every stream has, the greater the watch time that the platform had. Because COVID did this, right? COVID did this. The overall platform watch time, I don't have the exact numbers to hand, but the data is out there. Twitch's overall platform engagement and watch time has boomed. But that's not necessarily because they've gained 10, 20, 30 times as many new people on the platform. No, it's the fact that the same people on the platform are just spending longer on the platform. Now, if you pay $5 to a streamer to not see any ads on that stream and to support the streamer, that's great for the streamer because they've got a few bucks off you. But that's not good for Twitch. The irony is that if you have a optional sub-based monetization system, from Twitch's perspective, they want you to watch the platform as little as possible, because the second you pay for a sub, you are then no longer watching ads. And the longer you don't watch ads for, the longer it costs them to serve you this video content. As Asmongold did a really funny thing yesterday. He broke it down because he streams on his alt channel, his Zach Ra channel. And he's on a break. We talked about this. He's not on a break, but he's just streaming on his alt channel. But he worked it out yesterday to be something in the region of, he costs Twitch $150,000 a month in bandwidth costs by their numbers. Take their numbers with a grain of salt. But because he streamed for 250 hours to an average of like 16,000 viewers or something on a channel that has zero monetization enabled against it, by Twitch's rules, by the way. I should also like to point out that if you have an alt account, you are not allowed to monetize it if your primary account is monetized. So that's Twitch's rules. That's like, I'm sure Asmongold would love to double dip, but it's just bonkers. It's just bonkers. I heard there was some drama 15 minutes ago, and now you're mentioning it too. What's the drama about in details? The simple answer is that when you have the ability, streamers get 50-50. It's a 50-50 split on subs. 50-50 split on subs. But the issue with that is that it doesn't work long term for Twitch as a platform. You're unlikely to be able to scale the platform as far as they would like to do it. If they want to get into the realms of YouTube sort of viewership, they have to work a system that, the more that the platform costs, the more money that they make, and and so on and so on. So they keep their head above water. Subs don't allow you to do that. Subs doesn't scale in a linear fashion with view time and, the costs of the platform. So subs are good for the content creator because, they have, it's a very simple business model to understand. I have more viewers. That in turn means I can hopefully have more subs. And the more subs I have, the more reoccurring revenue I have. That's really, really easy for a streamer to understand because all that happens is their monthly take home increases. but that only increases in a linear fashion because they have no costs. Yeah, the streamer is not paying for the bandwidth of running the platform. So that model works perfectly fine for the streamer, which is when Twitch turn around and say, well, actually, we're not going to give out 70-30 splits anymore. We're only going to give 50-50 splits. That it becomes a problem to streamers. And the fact that they've literally turned around to the top 500 streamers on their platform, not like just you or you or you, the top 500 streamers on the platform, the people that account for probably 90% of the viewer time across the whole platform, has turned around to them and said, after you earn $100,000, we're cutting your pay. That's mental. You are literally shooting your best players in the face. You know, if you were running a football team, that would be like going up to your Cristiano Ronaldo after he scored 2 goals and taken a baseball bat to his knee. Why would you do it? It's dumb as all hell. Prime is costing them more money with Twitch subs, as I heard. Prime was integrated when Amazon took over Twitch as a marketing strategy. Nobody ever suspected Prime to stay around forever, but it's one of those things, right? That it's embedded itself so aggressively into the platform that it's now going to be very, very difficult to take it away. But Twitch Prime was, realistically, it was a marketing tool. It was a promotional tool. It was to push for growth. It was to push for more people to at least start it's a monetization, it's a microtransaction mindset, right? If you sub with Twitch Prime, you then become ingrained in a community, then it's a lot harder for you to leave that community. And if you've engaged with that community, then you're probably more likely to drop some bits to that same streamer, or more importantly, when you start to see the benefits of being subbed to that one streamer which you were subbed to for free, the likelihood is any other streamers that you then want to watch, you're more inclined to go, you know what, I'll give them a sub as well. And that sub then comes out your back pocket. It was a market. Twitch Prime is a very clear marketing tool. They're giving streamers money that, for the most part, didn't exist in the first place. That's coming straight off Amazon's bottom line. And so it is of no surprise. I'm more surprised that they're taking the 70-30 split away from their top creators. I would have more so expected them to just turn around and go, you know what? Prime's done. We can't afford to. Prime was a promotional tool. It's been around for a couple of years. It's done. Now the subs are tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whatever. But Twitch, man, they need a win. They need a win. They tried to hide this win. They tried to hide this big L, this massive L. They tried to somehow slide it under the rug by taking a win on the banning of gambling. And didn't work, did it, Twitch? Oh dear. Oh dear. Then I see why there is drama. I'm a normal GTA streamer from NoPixel. And I know there was some who had higher than 70-30. Just wondering if there will still be private contracts. Yeah, I've heard rumors of people having as high as 90-10 splits. The big guys out there who can negotiate their contract. You know, they are probably the people out there that have such a high viewership that they are having competing offers from the likes of YouTube. And, you know, when the art of negotiation is you offer me a better deal or I leave. It's quite simple in many cases. So it's not surprising that some people even had higher than the 70-30 splits. But yeah, that's just practically how business works, and that's why it's a contract. You know, if you sign this contract, we can customize this contract. We can come up with an agreement. But the blanket rule is not going to be dishing out any more than a 50-50 on a sub revenue split. But It's the same deal with September. They're cutting down their own revenue. Yeah. Subs is there. It wouldn't surprise me if this is the first step in them slowly but surely phasing out subs. They'll take one small benefit away from subs at a time. They'll slowly chunk it down. They've made it so that subbing is cheaper in certain countries based upon their local currency, which in turn is a knock-on effect. In theory, it was done so that more people could sub, because there was a lot of people that just wouldn't sub to certain streamers, not so much out of principle, but that $5 in their local currency was significantly more than they were willing to spend. So they dropped the sub value down for people in those countries, but in turn, that is just less revenue. And every single sub is not seeing ads. And so in a weird way, the more people on the platform that are subbed and are not seeing ads, the more it costs Twitch. It's a bit of a backwards business model to have pushed for this long, but hey, maybe it's just they're trying to monetize whilst they can and whilst they're still around. I mean, that's a theory. But like I said, Amazon, because they're owned by Amazon, lots of people are out there turning around and saying that, oh, well, they're owned by Amazon, $1 trillion company. Why can't they just bankroll it? Amazon would rather cut Twitch off. Like, Amazon would rather just go, boof, it's done. Amazon doesn't need a leech on its side. Nobody quite understands why Amazon bought Twitch in the first place. Or at least the big content creators don't understand why. Amazon didn't buy Twitch because they saw Twitch as being a super duper lucrative cash cow. They bought Twitch because Twitch had some technology that Amazon wanted. Amazon wanted the technology that Twitch had developed to stream live video content. That's why they bought Twitch. They've bought them, so they've got that technology now. If Twitch dies tomorrow, Amazon doesn't care. Twitch has the responsibility to stand on its own 2 feet. And if it can't do that, they'll switch it off. But we'll see what happens, won't we? Luckily, most streamers, and this is the interesting aspect of it. Luckily, most streamers don't mind that much. This is the thing, right? As much as people care about the platform and people like to feel part of the community and foster the community nature, the reality is that everybody, or 90% of people, without too much hesitation, would just jump ship to YouTube. The only reason they don't is because Twitch is still, the comfortable place to be for most people. It's slightly different for people who are on partnership contracts and have been for a long time, and more importantly, might actually have quite heavily locked down contracts. They might just be waiting it out. What we don't know is how many people are sat with 6 months left on their contract. They have absolutely zero intention of renewing a contract now. They're going to bounce to YouTube the second their contract expires. And there's practically nothing Twitch can do about that. But they equally can't come out and publicly say that because they're under NDA as part of the contract. So anybody that's being remarkably silent about the whole situation right now is probably being silent for a reason. Especially if you are one of the top 500 creators. You're being quiet for a reason. Twitch is the kid you get for free and didn't have to take care of when you marry that cute lady. Well, sort of. Amazon bought Twitch for the technology that Twitch owned. Now that Amazon owns that technology, Amazon Interactive Video or something is what it's now called. But that was Twitch's technology. Twitch developed the technology to be able to live stream in the quality that they do. And Amazon wanted that. So Amazon bought them. Now Amazon has that. It doesn't, if for as long as Twitch is profitable, Amazon will keep them about, because why wouldn't you? But soon as they become a cost for too long, they'll turn it off. Because guess what? Amazon is a company that is about making money. Twitch is not right now. Twitch is trying to, but they're struggling. But I've said my piece on that. I needed to get that off my chest again because it was frustrating me. Over the last couple of days, I've seen so many content creators come up with these ludicrous arguments to why it's either a good or a bad thing that this has happened. And practically all of them have been ludicrous. Everybody turning around and saying, well, YouTube offers a 70-30 split, completely misses the point. Whoosh, straight over their head. Anybody that turns, I for some reason, now I probably shouldn't name names, but I'll name names because he's a big boy now and he can handle it. I accidentally tuned in to watch Ninja's stream for a little bit yesterday because I realised he was talking about this. And he also, one of the biggest content creators on the platform, arguably, at least if you look at it over the last few years, and even somebody that should have some business brain about him, considering he got given a briefcase of cash to go to Mixer and is now back on Twitch again. Even he was like, yeah, YouTube 70-30 split. YouTube could do it. Twitch can do it. No, you've missed the point. YouTube can give you a 70-30 split because they don't need the money from you in the first place because their ad platform is solid. Their bills are paid for. YouTube is making money on its ad platform hand over fist. They're good. That means they can give you a 70-30 split. You keep all the money. It's arguably your money anyway. You earned it. We'll take 20% because you're still on our platform and because we're Google and we can. But they don't need the 30% split. The 30% split to YouTube is not keeping their lights on. Their bills are paid for. They've got a solid business structure in place. Twitch doesn't. Twitch can't sell ads. Twitch doesn't have an ad platform even in the same league as YouTube's. So this comparison between, Twitch could, YouTube can give 70-30 split, why can't Twitch? Boom. Totally zero IQ brain play there. Okay, rant over. Are we done? I think I'm done. Woof. I would like to clarify, it was not just Ninja. This has been the approach that practically every single one of the publicly speaking figures has, it's the number one argument that I've seen about this whole thing. YouTube can do it, so why can't Twitch? And they completely miss the point. Completely miss the point. And, if anything, all it is the carrot on the stick for everybody to move to YouTube. Because if that's what really matters to the streamers, and I understand to the streamer themselves, a bigger cut is a bigger cut because they aren't incurring the costs of actually running their service in the first place. Oh dear. Also, if Twitch dies 70-30 on YouTube, it will be a thing of the past very quickly. No, it won't be. It won't be, because like I said, YouTube doesn't need that 30% in the first place. YouTube just takes 30% because it can, and because it's still slightly above. They just do it because they can. They don't need it to keep, the lights on. They're more inclined to give their, the more that they the higher the split that they offer their creators, the more of an incentive it is for creators to join their platform over anybody else's. They're more likely to give you a higher split than they are a lower split. Because like I said, it's not money that they need to keep their platform running. What happened to Twitch? It's not so much of put it this way, the top 500 streamers on the platform, after they earn $100,000, are getting their pay capped, is the easy way to describe it. They take a 30% pay cut after they've earned their first 100K, which sure you can go, boohoo millionaires, can we have a moment of silence for the millionaire streamers? But it's the principal aspect of it, right? That you're literally taking a baseball bat to the knees of your best players. It makes very little sense. Chat on YouTube sucks. It does. but it's a basic internet relay chat system. It's technology that's been about for ever. As far as the internet has existed, internet relay chat has been a thing. There is no doubt in my mind that, once again, if YouTube wanted to, and the point here is that YouTube doesn't want to, because YouTube doesn't need to. Because like I said a minute ago, YouTube doesn't need people to live stream on their platform. Twitch needs people to live stream on their platform because that is their platform. YouTube doesn't need people to live stream there. It provides people the option to, but it is quite happy sitting in second place right now. It's quite happy sitting in second place because Twitch incurs all the cost of growing these creators, and then YouTube just snags the good ones that are going to make them more money anyway. YouTube's not bothered. YouTube doesn't need to. People are slowly but surely taking those YouTube contracts, and they're slowly but surely filtering over to YouTube anyway, regardless of their chat system. I used IRC back then when it means... yeah. If you understand the principle of basic IRC internet relay chat, then yeah, you're welcome to you're part of the internet age. Let's not use the word old. Let's not use the word old. Let's use the word of you are part of the internet age. You're a Web 2 baby. I mean, practically Web 1, I guess, but sure. People still use IRC today. Oh, they do, yeah. Twitch. The entire chat system on Twitch is basically IRC. MIRC in disguise, yeah. It's practically exactly the same. I mean, it's got a shiny lick of paint on top of it, but it's exactly the same. And the irony is that when you start looking at these big top broadcasters on the platform, their chat's just emote spam anyway. So does the quality of the chat to those big streamers, and more importantly, does the quality of the chat to the viewers of those streamers really matter? No, it's just emote spam. Your top 500 streamers, the only time they don't interact with chat, they interact with donos. They interact with, TTS. They're not reading the chat. XQC probably sees 1 out of every 5,000 chat messages. It doesn't matter. They'll jump ship in a heartbeat. Anyway, I need to get off this topic. This was meant to be a quick fire through my realms to see if I've sold any pets and then head over to the beta. Somebody needs to switch the topic of conversation real fast before I keep going. Almost every streamer on Twitch already has a YouTube channel. It's a win-win to YouTube. Well, that's it, yeah. Yeah, the irony being is that if you actually wanted to grow on Twitch over the last few years, the number one piece of advice, very sensible number one piece of advice, was if you want to grow on Twitch, grow a YouTube channel first. The only way to get big on this platform is to get big on another platform first. Doesn't really put you in a good position, does it? Price of cheese, though, man. Price of cheese has gone through the roof. I ate way too much cheese at the weekend. I think I gave myself. I added 3% onto my cholesterol level, I reckon, at the weekend. I ate so much cheese it nearly killed me. But we all do love ourselves some cheese, especially the stinky cheese, eh, Jack? Ooh, few pets. I'll do 20k. Do not mind. The question is can we repeat that on a bunch of realms? It's not looking great so far. Oh, here we go. Here's a sale. Speaking firsthand after pissing XQC chat off, yeah, there are only emotes and max 3 words in caps lock. Pretty much. It's just emote. It's all copy pastas. 90% of it. So, you know, the thought process of, well, YouTube will never become the #1 because its chat's crap. Well, it's arguable that the chat's crap at the top level of Twitch anyway. So, you know, it's an argument that kind of cancels itself out quite quickly. It's not great for, you know, streamers of my size. Streamers of my size, the chat is everything. But I would also point out that the difference between Twitch's chat for a streamer of my sort of size and YouTube's chat, it's not that different. It's really not that different. I mean, if you can type something in and then I can read it and vice versa, then it does its job. Maybe it doesn't look the same. Maybe the emotes are not quite, you know, the culture around emotes is not quite there on YouTube. There we go. Chat's pretty much useless on 10k plus channels. Oh, absolutely. It could very quickly and easily be, you know, the more, like I said, if YouTube wanted to make a play, they could have. They could do. And they could have. I've said this quite a few times in the past, that there's one very simple reason why YouTube hasn't taken Twitch's crown. It's because YouTube doesn't want it. It doesn't need it. YouTube probably looks at Twitch and just sees live streaming as a liability. It's far more difficult to police it. It's far more difficult to control it. Look at all of the issues that Twitch has had in the last 3 or 4 years. In terms of, ironically, they've gone through the ropes with practically everything that YouTube has already gone through once already. It's so funny when you look at it. I've been on YouTube for long enough, and I've followed not just YouTube channels, but the way that the platform works and is grown for like more than 10 years now. And it's so funny. Exactly what happened to YouTube 10 years ago is exactly what's happening to Twitch today. And Twitch is making the exact same mistakes that YouTube made back in the day. But YouTube has fixed all of them and has come out the end of it rosy. Twitch is now in a position where it's going to have to fix all of these issues to hopefully come out rosy. But the question is, will Twitch be able to do that? Will Twitch be able to? And it all boils down to they need to be profitable. And quickly. If they continue to, the irony is Twitch's growth is actually what's killing them. If Twitch was still the small little niche corner of the internet that not really many people knew about, it would be fine. But its explosive level of growth through, well, it's had growth year over year for a good few years now. And then COVID came along and it took a massive bump because everybody was at home able to sit and watch live streams all day. So Twitch's growth exploded exponentially, but in turn, so did their costs without any significant bump in revenue, at least not in terms of revenue that matches their increasing costs. So the irony is it's their growth that is actually killing them. I'd never be good with an active chat in a large numbers because I always tend to read every single message, so I get behind when there's a lot of messages. If a topic If the topic is getting people typing, so I want to respond and keep up with what's coming in, it makes me feel the quality drop, so I prefer the smaller active chats. Yeah, I mean, I try my, I don't read everything, but I do try my best to at least acknowledge the comments that are coming in. And but I'm sort of fortunate that I'm not, I don't know, the way that we play the game is, you guys will probably notice this. I get really easily distracted, and we can go 20 minutes in game and I won't have done anything in the game because I'm just focusing on having a conversation with you guys. It's very clear that it becomes difficult to do two things at once. And I have my setup such that my chat is directly to the right-hand side of my main screen here. So it's very easy for me to, even in my peripheral vision, see what's going on. But yeah, you're right. If the chat was just whizzing, I had no chance. So you're not allowed to multi-stream, but what if you did? How would Twitch know you're multi-streaming? Don't poke the bear, Jack. Don't poke the bear. Because I've thought about this a lot. I'm like, well, I could multi-stream to YouTube. What would Twitch be able to do about it? Would Twitch even know? Would Twitch even, is it going to be one of those things that Twitch wouldn't really do anything about it anyway? I don't know. Yeah, don't poke the bear on that one. I've contemplated that a lot. Because it's absolutely no skin off my back to have two separate chat windows. Absolutely no skin off my back at all. And to double dip on viewership. If you want to watch on YouTube, watch on YouTube. If you want to watch on Twitch, watch on Twitch. Either way, I'll keep my end of the deal, and I'll provide, hopefully, an entertaining stream wherever you choose to watch from. I've contemplated that a lot. Just like the whole, because technically, I should point out that I upload my VODs onto YouTube a matter of minutes after the stream ends. So as long as it takes, and the irony is then is at an additional cost to Twitch, which is funny, because Twitch are the ones that are then uploading that to the YouTube platform directly. It doesn't go through me. It's not like I download it and then I re-upload it. My VODs get just pumped straight out onto YouTube within minutes of me finishing the stream. Technically, I'm not meant to do that. If you actually read the Twitch contract, they have ownership over that contract for 24 hours after the start of that contract. So I should technically wait until the next day before uploading my VODs to YouTube. But I don't. And equally, none of the big streamers that take their stream content and upload it to YouTube, nobody waits 24 hours. So is the whole multi-stream thing also going to fall into that thing? Is it going to be something that they know that people are breaking the rules, but it's not worth Twitch to do anything about it? Because actually, what realistically is the harm? It's just one of those arbitrary rules that's there for the sake of a rule being there. Why did I log on to this realm? There was nothing in the mailbox. If they find out, just tell them it's your twin brother. The thing is, I look at it from the perspective of what would I be risking to do it? Let's put it from the perspective. It's not really so much of a risk. If I was to do, a sensible risk analysis of if I was to multi-stream here on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time, what's the actual inherent risk for me personally doing that? Financially, let's look at it from the perspective of if I got banned off Twitch for doing it. Let's say Twitch didn't like me doing it and they banned me. Well, let's put it this way. Sure, I'd probably lose the small amount of revenue that I make off Twitch. For any of you that were watching the other day, you'll know the exact number. I'd lose the small amount of revenue that I make on Twitch, But would that be made up by the fact that I would also be streaming on YouTube anyway and be making more on YouTube anyway? So financially, would I take a hit if I got banned on Twitch? Probably not. Is it good for my public image getting banned on Twitch? Probably not. Because nobody thinks it's a rule that should exist in the first place. What's the actual inherent risk for me? Realistically, I don't think there is any. Which is why I've been thinking about it. I have been thinking about it, especially considering we're about to have a Dragonflight launch. So I don't know. I'm a patron and a sub, so yeah, it takes a lot of money for him to ignore 90% of your messages. Hey, Derp, I don't ignore 90% of your messages. That's not fair. It's much closer to 95. There was another streamer that streamed on Facebook for a bit, and he was stuck as a basic streamer on Twitch for a year. No subs or partner. He streamed on YouTube. He just streamed on YouTube for that year. It's a difficult one. I don't know. And I should also point out that this is, you know, I'm no stranger to streaming on YouTube anyway. A fair few of you will remember that, you know, when I first got back up and running again with my content creation goal, and the Shadowlands beta, for example, was entirely streamed over on YouTube. I didn't stream that at all on Twitch. It wasn't till a few months after the launch of Shadowlands we actually moved over to Twitch. So I'm only, 18 months into being on Twitch full time. Although there are some people who are real OGs who will have been following me on Twitch since, I don't know, nearly a decade now. I'm behind on my subs here since I was subbing on YouTube. Let it be known, all of the support is very much appreciated. Whether the number be one bigger or one smaller over here, the support is still greatly appreciated. From whatever angle it comes. Say what again? I double dare you. There we go. There's a bit of an in-joke. Right, what we sold over here? Nothing. Why does it keep telling me to log on to Realms where there's nothing in the mailbox? Or did it tell me there was something in the mailbox? Am I just so aggressively on autopilot? I have no idea what I'm doing right now. That could be a thing. Right, something in the mailbox. If there's not something in the mailbox here, we have problems. We has problems. Just reading that the streamer Fuseli is thinking of going to YouTube. I'm telling you, if there's anybody that's in one of the top 500 streamers, and arguably anybody that's a top 1,000 streamer even, a top 1,000 streamer even would be heavily considering it right now. And you'd be dumb not to, because if you were, let's say for example, and the reason I say top 500 streamers is because the 70-30 split, if you currently have a 70-30 split, you're probably a top 1,000 streamer. You probably have the 70-30 split. But if you're a 500 to 1,000 streamer, if you're in the top 1,000 to 1,000, 500 streamers, you're probably not earning more than 100k a year anyway. So the dip in revenue when you surpass 100k probably wouldn't affect you. Your 70-30 split will probably continue to act exactly the way that it does, but only up until your contract expires or needs to be renewed. And any content creator worth their salt is not resting on their laurels. If you're a top 1,000 streamer today, you've got a 70-30 split, but you're not quite earning 100k in the year. Guess what your goal is next year? Your goal is to at least double, if not triple, your revenue next year. And so even if it doesn't affect you now, you should have the mindset that it is going to affect you, and have, belief in yourself that you will grow enough as a content creator to get there. So even if it doesn't affect you right now, it probably will do. Or at least your goal is to get there. Anybody that is earning close to anybody that's close to earning 6 figures through streaming on Twitch should heavily be considering what their next 12 months, their next 24 months, their next 36 months is going to look like. Was there nothing in the mailbox here again? No, I did collect something, a ghostly whelping. I'm not paying any attention. How many subs would you need to get 100k? It's a 2,300, something like that. Was the maths that I think somebody worked out. If you have over 2,500 subs concurrently, you're earning more than 100k a year. So that affects, like I said, the top 500 streamers, top 600 streamers, pretty much, I think is the rough numbers. But if you're a top 1,000 streamer, the likelihood is that your goal is to be in that group of people. How close are you? I am not close to it at all. I don't see, the difference for me is I've never pushed subs. I've never pushed subs, really. I'm far more inclined to, promote my Patreon over pushing subs. Now, obviously, there's the inherent benefit to you guys of that if you sub on the channel, you then don't see the ads. So I understand that there's a direct, tangible benefit to subbing here on the channel over supporting me directly on Patreon. But if you were to decide to give me $5, I would much prefer, from a personal perspective, I would much prefer you give me $5 on Patreon than here. But I understand why people sub here, and I should also clarify, I'm still very thankful for those that do. But subbing here, I lose 50% of that straight away. If you give me $5 on Patreon, Patreon takes, I think, between 8 to 10%, leaving me 90%. So in theory, you need like 8k viewers to get 2k subs. A quarter of your viewers are subs. This is the interesting thing, that the ratio changes. The ratio changes quite aggressively. It is not uncommon for. Let me throw out some stats here for you. These are not 100% accurate, and the data on this is probably a little bit out of date. But if you have less than 1,000 concurrent viewers, if you're less than 1,000 concurrent viewers, it's quite common that your sub count will be double what your concurrent viewers usually are. So if you're a sub 1,000 streamer, the likelihood is you're pushing close to 2,000 subs. That is not an uncommon situation. If you have 400 concurrent viewers, it's not outrageous to think that you have 800 subs. Look at somebody. I'll use Mr. GM as an example. Mr. GM, I use him as an example because he has a physical tracker on his screen, right? And is somebody that hopefully some of you guys would know. Mr. GM, for example, with his public tracker on his screen, I mean, he's banging views right now, but he's giving away beta keys. A normal stream for Mr. GM is about 300 concurrent viewers, I would guess. I don't know his averages. You could probably look it up, but I'm not going to dive in that deep. But he has roughly 300 viewers. At the moment, he's doing 400-500 subs a month, I'd imagine. It's, so you can see that and he doesn't also aggressively push subs. It's not uncommon to have twice as many subs as you have concurrent viewers on average. But what changes dramatically is when you get past 1,000 concurrent viewers, because that's kind of the tipping point to where the experience of watching that stream becomes less local and less, cozy, and becomes more like just watching a broadcast, if that makes sense to you. So when you get like 3, 4, 5,000 concurrent viewers, if you're a 5k Andy, you then probably might only have 2,500 subs. But if you're a 5k Andy and you have 2.5k subs, you're still making 100k a year, so this is still going to affect you. It tends to be that people are more incentivized to support smaller streamers until they become big enough that they don't feel that their support is not warranted. That's not a nice way to say it, but people don't seem to have the same encouragement to support these big streamers because they're like, oh, they're big streamers, they don't need the money, sort of thing. Or they'll sub because that streamer has sub-only mode on their chat, for example. It's usually for other reasons. So you have 150 subs confirmed? No, I'm not even close. I don't push subs at all. I generally, I've got like 50 or so subs at the moment. Because I don't push subs at all, there's nothing on screen that indicates it. I rarely talk about them. I don't push them so much at all. My sub count usually hovers around what my average concurrent viewers is. Now, let's not forget that my average concurrent viewers at the moment is a little bit higher than it is normally, just because it's Dragonflight beta. People are tuning in a little bit more so for that right now. Any primers? See, I see. There's something in the mailbox again. I usually let you guys do the sellout for me. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it. So to some people, it comes very natural. They can just sit there and just wait for people to sub.
Hello there.
And do and say nothing until people do, which is just odd to me. Yeah, this Manthius does not own a Longboy. Yeah. Very true. Add a pool and a bikini countdown, you'll get a lot more people to sub. You're probably right. You're not far wrong. We seem to be doing well on selling 10k pets at the moment. I think it's like 3 or 4 times I've sold a pet valued at practically exactly 10k. The issue is that if we're selling those pets for 10k, we're not making much on them. Is this the end of the road for sales? Oh, hello, we got some in here. Man, I'm trying to promote you, but you're not making it easy. Sorry. I was Googling Twitch for sale, and what I get, websites that sell Twitch accounts with viewers or even with affiliate and partnerships. It doesn't surprise me. GeoCities. Oh, Lord. Google.com? Nah, Alta Vista, mate. Google.com. See, once again, practically a 10k pet. That's all we seem to be. Dog pile? That's the other one I thought of. But I deliberately said dog pile because I didn't even think anybody else would. I thought that was too meta. Apparently it's not. Apparently we're all old. Imagine if Manthius has done his own Wikipedia page. There's something about Wikipedia, right, where surely it's a bit odd if you manage your own Wikipedia page. Google Manthias. I tell you what, I'm pretty sure my SEO's on point, you know. I think you Google Manthias, you're likely to get my Twitch, my YouTube. Weirdly, you might get Facebook, which annoys me because I've not used it in like a bazillion years, so I don't know why it's a thing. I think my socials are pretty much on point if you Google my name. Why are you even logging in on all the alts? I'm not really. I'm only logging on the ones that claim to have gold in the mailbox. And this is annoying because it keeps claiming there's gold in the mailbox when there isn't. It clearly told me to log on to this character because there was a mail waiting. You're not reposting, just taking gold out of the mailbox. Does it matter whether you take it today or in 2 days? Content, my friend. I'm hoping there's a big, juicy 500,000 gold pet sale. Content, my friend. You're right. It doesn't matter in the slightest. No nudie results? No, I keep those on a private server. Shared only with the elite of the elite. Can you send gold to your alts over different servers? Not with a single account. If you have 2 accounts, you can use a commodity to transfer gold from A to B. If you only have the 1 account, no, is the easy answer. Oh, what? I logged on for an elk plushie sale. God damn. We're eating noodles today, boys. No filet mignon. If I Google my name, I get an ice cream website. Hey, that's clever. That's clever. There's also Manthias Movies, but down for maintenance at the moment, any day now. I've not kept that website up to date for a long time. Right, last realm, then we'll head over to the beta. I need to investigate what's going on with the new stuff. This is meant to have something in the mailbox. A few sales. What is it with the Spanish realms? I tell you what, Spanish realms, I can't seem to sell anything above 50 pence. They buy a bunch of shit off me, but none of it is worth anything. It's a good way for me to get shot of all of my my cheap crap, though. Okay. Right, well, we're done with retail now. We're done with retail. That was not as explosively contentful as I would have hoped. Let's jump onto the beta. Damn, everybody with my name has fixed their SEO. I was the first result 2 years ago. It's funny, right? The search engine optimization used to be like the #1 marketing tool ever. Like if you get your SEO in check, you can make $1 million. Nowadays, it practically doesn't matter at all. Right, Gem Crafter. It's probably this. We should probably turn on the in-game sounds. There's a winery named after me? Oh, nice. Maybe tap them up for some free wine. Would you stop pissing around with my bags, Blizzard? Right, there we go. Okay. Right, so yesterday we got some provisional data up and running about... we got some... We made a baseline, right? We got ourselves a baseline for prospecting. It's important to establish a baseline where we were more interested in... Where's it gone? Which one is it? Was it this one? No, this one. We established ourselves a bit of a baseline. We were more interested in trying to find out the prospecting rates rather than results. Let me specify quickly what I mean by that. We were more interested in finding out by, what sort of percentage, what sort of quantity of gems should we expect? What is the prospecting rates? If I take X amount of ore, what is the Y number of gems that I get? Is there a ratio between what gems that we get? When you start looking at trying to find prospecting results is where you start trying to, work out the profitability between one ore and the other, that sort of stuff. Not interested in that right now. All we're interested in is trying to get an understanding of what the prospecting rates are. If I prospect this amount of ore, what should I expect roughly to get out of it? And it seems to be pretty clear that prospecting Tyrivite ore, for every time you prospect 5 ore, you should perceivably expect to get a uncommon gem. Every time you prospect, which takes 5 ore, so every time you hit the button, but you should expect to get a single gem out of it. Whether that gem be an uncommon gem or a rare gem is going to be weighted, 90-10 realistically. 90% of the time you're likely to get an uncommon gem. 10% of the time you're going to get yourself a rare gem. If you're, in the early days, if you need the basic gems, you're going to be prospecting Tyrivite. We could establish that information very quickly. What we could also deem is that prospecting higher quality of ore doesn't improve the yield in any way, shape or form. You're still, if you prospect 500 Tyrivite ore, going to get yourself 100 gems, with the similar rules applying. Quality of the ore matters practically none. The only reason you would prospect ore that is of higher quality is if your personal skill when prospecting is, close enough so that using higher quality ore would guarantee higher quality results. So that's a decision that you will have to make on the fly when prospecting. Is my skill, I need 179 skill to guarantee quality 2 gems when prospecting. Well, using quality 1 ore, I'm not going to get there. Is using quality 2 ore going to push me closer to that? Now, from a UI perspective, it's broken right now, but it is working behind the scenes by the looks of things. So that's hopefully something that will be fixed so that the UI updates when you select higher quality ore. It gives you a bonus to your skill, which if it's worthwhile, if it pushes you past a threshold, then you would prospect higher quality ore. But then once again, when you start doing, when you start trying to run numbers, and you may choose to or choose not to, dependent on the price of the higher quality ore. We could also work out that if you increase the rarity of the ore that you prospect, so instead of doing the basic Tyrivite, if you decide to prospect Draconium ore, your results are going to be very different, but they're going to be different in a way that you would expect them to be. As soon as you start prospecting Draconium ore, you take 500 Draconium ore, you're likely to get twice as many gems. So the yield is 2x. With Draconium ore, you're going to get twice as many gems as you would do by prospecting Tyrivite ore. But with the added bonus that there is a heavier weighting on rare gems when you're prospecting Draconium ore, somewhere in the region of about 25%. Instead of 10% with Tyrivite, it's somewhere in the region of 25%-ish if you're looking to prospect the Draconium ore. So, if you're trying to hunt down more rare gems, this becomes a more viable option. Once again, dependent on price. But the same rules apply. You're not going to look to use higher quality ore unless it pushes you past a threshold to guarantee you better gem prospects. And then Kazgarite ore, the top quality ore, the rare of the rare ore. We're going from common to uncommon to rare ore now. If you're trying to prospect the rare ore, the table kind of flips again. The table flips again. It has a similar yield in terms of quantity of gems as your draconium ore does. It has a similar yield in total quantity of gems you'll get by prospecting it, but a much heavier emphasis on the rare gems, practically 50-50. It's a bit of a 50-50 between getting an uncommon gem or a rare gem when you're prospecting Kazgarite, but the saving grace to all of this is that Kazgarite seems to have a much better chance of prospecting into the diamonds. It's still not great, but it is definitely there. With a little bit more data to back this up, we might start to find more reliable numbers for the diamonds. But if you are trying to acquire diamonds in the early days, you are going to be prospecting Kazgarite. It doesn't even appear that Draconium or Tyrivite can drop them. At least not at low skill levels. Maybe when you push your skill far enough, high enough, you might be able to. Maybe if you have to spec into being able to prospect diamonds from Draconium and Tyrivite. But as a baseline, your diamonds come from Kazgarite. That's your baseline. So that's kind of where we got to yesterday. That was just a 2-minute overview for what we got yesterday. Now we have a baseline, we can start playing with stuff. Now we can start leveling it up and starting to simulate, well, just what's going to be a good direction to go in based upon the fact that we now also know that you're probably not going to easily be able to get your hands on much more than 5 knowledge a day as an average. You might get it a little bit more front-loaded at the start of the expansion, but realistically, without doing any real shenanigans, you're not going to get much more than about 3 to 5 knowledge a day. The baseline for knowledge acquisition is going to be your daily quest, which rewards you 2-3 knowledge. There's likely that you're going to be able to get knowledge through other means as well, but you're not going to be able to get much more than 5 knowledge on average a day, I don't reckon. Unless there's features that I'm just blissfully not aware of right now. But what I want to do now is level up jewel crafting a little bit, test how it feels to level it up, see how many of the items we get via just leveling it, how many of the items we get through specializing, how many of the items are we going to have to run out into the world to acquire. This is quite interesting. There's now some patterns that are guaranteeing multiple skill ups as well. This wasn't a thing initially, which gives me the impression that they've rebalanced a bunch of the profession stuff, which is nice to see. So let's go level it up. Let's go see what happens when we level it up. We've got a bunch of gems now. Got a bunch of mats. My lord, look at the peoples. Look at the peoples. This is beautiful. This is exactly what we need to see. So, one thing we did note very quickly was that when prospecting, there seems to be a much higher yield or a greater weighting on the orange gems, which let's see if when we level up, we end up using more orange gems than we use others. What I could do actually to try and simulate this is make it so that I have an equal quantity of all of the gems, because I can buy the gems from a vendor. If I make it so that I have an equal quantity of gems off the vendor, we can easily track which ones we're using more of. So let's put these in our bags. I'm going to put them here actually, and there's a reason why I'm putting them here. Or maybe this is where we should probably use the convert to combine bag, because we can make it look neat and tidy. So we put orange gems, purple gems, green gems. We'll leave a spot for the third quality ones. Oh no, now I've done goofed. Then we got the rare gems. Now, I know you can use materials from your reagent bank, but it's just, you know, it's easier to be able to see it if they're in your bags. We got our diamonds. We got our dust. And we got our fractured glass. And our crumbling stone. There's likely to be other things we need as well. What we can do is we can put our ore here as well. What's this? The fancy stuff. So it's all neat and tidy. OCD for the win. Right. Could you pick up the Gnomish Army Knife from a vendor and see if it gives you extra skill? Maybe. Does one of these vendors sell me one? Mining, herbalism, and skinning. It's not going to give me any junk crafting. If I take one, yeah. As it should. Only mining, herbing, and skinning. Although, if I get one of those on my hunter that has herbing and mining, it would be interesting to see if that does play a part. Right, okay. We got all of the other bits and pieces we might need if we need them. So let's not worry too much about that now. Let's just try and give it a go. Right. Eternity's Ambers. Where's my trainer? Eternity's Ambers we can make. It's going, if we're going to have a surplus of orange gems, it makes sense to cut orange gems to get some skill points. So let's go 5 of those. First time craft bonus. That's interesting. It throws the first time craft bonus in here. First time crafting this recipe has taught you something new. I like the fact that that appears. For reference, that first time craft bonus gave us 5 artisans metal, which are now up here. Gave us 5 artisans metal, and it also gave us a knowledge point to spend when we unlock spectries. I wonder, is it maybe worth at some point as well going through and trying to track what gives you a first time craft bonus and what doesn't? This is going to be big, actually, for the early days. It's going to really, really heavily incentivize you to craft at least one of everything, just to get maximum free knowledge points. Everything does. Now, you see, this is where some people have said different. Some people have said that not everything does. 60 plus recipes per profession equals 300 plus artisans metal. Well, yeah, assuming you can get access to them all, you know, quickly. From a vendor, you're unlikely to get access to that many. That's why I'm not going to use the cheap vendors to get free patterns. But what we can do is we can try and keep track of this in some part. Let me. Where's me cheat sheet? Right. Let's. I'm gonna maybe start trying to track this a little bit. Do we do pattern and first craft bonus? So solid. Maybe I'll copy the how do I easily track this? I should really do this in an organized fashion. Let me level it up first. We'll investigate all of these things in a little bit more detail once we've leveled it up. One step at a time. One step at a time. So we got to why did we only get to 9? Why didn't we get oh, because it's not guaranteeing skill ups anymore. I'd write it down if it doesn't give you the first time bonus. That seems to be the smaller list. That's actually probably quite smart, yeah. If we craft something and it doesn't give us a bonus, that's probably handier to know. By process of elimination, you're achieving the same thing. Smart move. I like it. In Alchemy and Inscription, every single new recipe does except the milling and the destroying. Okay. We still don't know if it's better to have 2 crafting professions on one alt than 1 crafting due to all of that is a level of optimization that is hard to fathom right now. They're good questions though. Should I maybe make sure as I learn everything, I craft everything as well? I probably should, shouldn't I? So we're going to need some misshapen figurines. And we're going to need a bunch of rousing essences. So let's grab some of those. Misshapen. Oh, well, let's get some rousing stuff. Bunch of those. Stick these over here for now. So they're there, but they're out the way. Misshapen figurines. Where are those then? I know what they look like. There we go. Just buy 100 of those as well. Another random odd material that we're going to need. A shimmering clasp. Are these going to give first time bonuses? Yep, first time craft bonus. Polished stone. First time craft bonus. Let's go through the gems. First time craft. First time craft. Okay. And solid ambers we've already made. Just for... yeah. Band of the New Beginnings. 306 item level. Doesn't have... interestingly, this doesn't have a level requirement attached to it. This requires level 61 and Dragon Isles jewel crafting. This doesn't have... oh. Requires... oh. What's the point? No, get rid of that. We don't want the necklaces requiring jewel crafting. No. No. Get shot of that shenanigans. They might as well make it bind on pickup if it requires jewel crafting. Yeah. No. Why make it so you can craft and sell the ring? Let's make one though, because there is the possibility that, you know, it's in the making that I just need to make a quick few more of these shimmering clasps before we go as well. Right, Band of New Beginnings. Make one of those. First time craft bonus. Yeah, still doesn't have any level requirement or no level requirement and just no level requirement. I wonder if you could then throw an item level 306 piece of yeah. Maybe that needs one. That's an F6 me feels. I'm sure they'll work it out. So we did get our craft bonus for that. Let's make one of these pendants and see if this Dragon Isles jewel crafting remains as a thing. We got our first time craft bonus. Yeah, still claims to require Dragon Isles jewel crafting. I've reported that already, so I both of the early crafting rings and necks seem a bit seem a bit busted. Sundered Onyx Loupes, our first jewel crafting accessory. We learn from a vendor and we can make it ourselves. The irony being is that we have no ability yet to make the frameless lenses. Even though we learn the pattern, we cannot make it until we also learn how to make the frameless lenses, of by which point it will then probably no longer give us 3 skill points. So either you hope another jewel crafter is already ahead of you and is already selling frameless lenses so that you can go and buy one. We're only skill 14. Does it? Are we able to learn it? Is there more stuff we can learn? I don't think we learn more stuff until 15. We don't learn the frameless lens until 15. So that's a bit of a weird way about doing things. We get given a recipe that requires a reagent that we're not able to craft yet. Not that that's a problem. Not that that's a problem, because it, you know, incentivizes you to go, oh, you know, can I buy one of these on the auction house from a more experienced jewel crafter? But there is something slightly odd about not being able to craft an item that you learn very early days. We can leave feedback. It's not a bug, but we can leave feedback. Can I do it on the recipe? Not exactly a bug, but it feels odd learning this pattern at skill 10, but not learning how to make the frameless lens until 15. I mean, that summarizes it, I reckon. That'll do. We need one more skill point just by crafting something then. That's the only thing that we still have to craft on our list. So let's get 15 skill points. Yeah, you see, now we've lost the +3 skill gain bonus on this. It could be by design, you know. It could be so that if you want cheap and easy, you know, buy one At 10, buy buy 2 frameless lenses if they're cheaper than, you know, a couple of gems, for example, to make one of these, because you're going to want to make one of these or equip one of these or have one of these anyway, because it gives you more inspiration. Inspiration is, in my opinion, the #1 stat at the beginning, because it quite simply gives you a flat bonus to your skill. And your entire goal is to get your skill as high as possible until you can reach this recipe difficulty. And only once you have enough skill to reach the recipe difficulty do you then start caring about multi-craft and resourcefulness and this sort of things. You got to get to the finish line in terms of difficulty, and then when you pass the finish line, then you can look at making things cheaper and faster and using less resources. And well, that's my take on it, at least, anyway. So let's learn the frameless lenses, I guess, then. Okay, we learned a lot of things. Let's learn these one at a time so we keep track of what's going on. We need the frameless lenses. We need to make a couple of these to make one of these. You make 2 frameless lenses per craft. This is where you first start to need your finely ground gemstones, which is acquired by prospecting rare gems, for reference. Pretty much in equal quantities regardless. Prospect whichever rare gem you want, and you're going to get your finely ground gemstones. Do we get a craft bonus on this? We do. First time craft bonus. We're stacking up our artisan's metal here. Up to 40 already. We've not crafted anything yet, apart from prospecting, that doesn't give us a craft bonus. That will now mean we can make this thing, which we need one of these for our first profession accessory. First time craft bonus, still all good. Inspiration multi-craft, let's whack it in. Soulbound unique equipped head 1, that's good. I was wondering, could I make a second one and equip 2 of them? But no, they're unique equipped. Always feel whoever plays WoW's economy doesn't actually play the game since Wrath. Pretty much. Any advice on what to invest in first at launch besides maxing the chosen profession? You need a bit more. You need to, you know, ask your question again with a little bit more specificity. It's a little bit too broad to really give much of an answer to. Does multi-craft affect prospecting, by the way, or any of the stats affect prospecting? Yes, it should. Although multi-craft doesn't seem to show up on my list for prospecting, which is odd, as you would assume it probably would. But maybe it doesn't. Let's do, maybe it's, let's do a quick reload in case it's a UI issue. Prospecting, yeah, multi-craft doesn't seem to affect prospecting at all. But now that extra level of inspiration, the plus 29 inspiration here, is the equivalent of 2.9% chance to be inspired. So I shit you not, these profession accessories bumping this inspiration is going to be massive. Just going from 5% to 10%, double, you know, I did a little video on exactly how crafting works in Dragonflight, and something as simple as taking your inspiration from 10% to, sorry, from 5% up to 10%, which is easily going to be achievable with the profession tools, could do as much as halving your cost of making some higher quality stuff. There's really, really, really big benefits to stacking inspiration. Okay, well, we've made everything we can here. Let's learn some more patterns then. bifocals. Gives us 3 skill points. An inscription accessory. Not something we need, but if we get a first craft bonus from it, we're all about that life. Yep, first craft bonus. This is good. 1 million gold, and I wonder if there are specific materials worth buying out at launch for crafting. I wouldn't suggest with 1 million gold you look to buy too many materials. I would probably also focus very heavily on farming. You could probably in the first week of the expansion coming out double that money just by farming. 1 million gold is a good amount, but the likelihood is the very first few days of a profession is where the rich people really showcase, you know, they really flex their purse strings. Meaning that materials are always very expensive in the first week. You'd be probably quite wise to pair up a crafting profession with a gathering profession on your main character to begin with, so that you can, you know, continue to make steady gold by gathering and selling materials, and any spare materials, you know, you could use some of those materials for your primary profession and then sell any spare ones if you wanted to. That would be a smart move at that sort of level. Learn a new pattern. Anything more to learn? Chromatic focus. What's this then? An enchanting accessory. Okay. We need 4 chromatic dust to craft that. Are you going to sell me some dust? You are. Nice. Huh? Didn't I just buy chromatic dust? Oh, I bought 1 chromatic dust. There's me chromatic dust then. Oops. First time bonus. Yes. Beautiful. What are we, 22? Another recipe. Crafty Queen's Ruby. Rousing Air. So this is still the very basic gems. First time craft bonus, nice. We're now up to 60 artisan's metal just by crafting 1 of everything so far. And that will also mean quick maths. That's going to be 12 knowledge points we're going to have to spend straight away. The likelihood is by the time we unlock specs at 25 points, we might have a fair few knowledge points to throw in straight away. This might be how they're front-loading the knowledge, so that when you at least unlock the spec trees, you have some points to do something with, which it did, I'm not gonna lie, it did feel kind of odd unlocking specializations and then not being able to do anything with them because you didn't have any knowledge points. This is quite a clever way of getting around that. Draconic vials. So now jewel crafters are responsible for making higher quality vials for your alchemists, I would assume. Are these new stats the exact same for every single profession, or at least every crafting profession? Yeah, there's four new stats to pay attention to. Inspiration, multi-craft, resourcefulness, and there's a crafting speed one. That's for your crafting side of things. Gathering has their own new stats. Gathering has finesse, deftness, perception. Is there a 4th one for gathering? I can't remember. Maybe there's a 4th one for gathering. But at least 3. Yeah, vials are for... Yeah, you can buy quality 1 vials from a vendor. So that's going to be your primary way of getting vials if you're an alchemist. But if you want quality 2 or quality 3 vials, you're going to be buying them off Jewel Crafters. And by the looks of things, that's going to be a way for a Jewel Crafter to use excess fractured glass that they get through... Oh, this is a kiss curse situation, you know. It's going to be a way to use excess fractured glass that you get through prospecting, but it's at the same time going to cost you rousing fire and draconic stoppers. I presume this is now a new vendor reagent, which makes sense, you know, the cork that goes in the top of your vial. And it's going to cost you finely ground gemstones. These are not, at least in the early days, these will not be cheap. Looks like a lot of materials for a vial. Yeah. These are not going to be particularly cheap. Because to get your finely ground gemstones, you have to prospect rare gems. Which doesn't sound like a bad thing for most people. But let's not forget, in the early days, rare gems are rare and are in demand. For a reason, right? Why do you... Oh, I suppose you are making 5 at a time. I guess that makes sense with the 5 stoppers. Where are these stoppers then? Draconic stoppers. You see, a single draconic vial at quality 1 is 10 gold. So if you wanted to buy 5 of these, the equivalent would be 50 gold vendor cost. If your Jewel Crafters can start making them for less than 50 gold, it, you know, becomes better to buy them off the Jewel Crafters than it does to buy them from the vendor. But of course, Jewel Crafters can make quality 2 and quality 3 vials, which will have a benefit for you if you're trying to make better quality potions and flasks, I would guess. But where's these stoppers? Draconic stoppers. Haha! Draconic stoppers, 5 gold each. So there's a 25 gold. There's a 25 gold crafting cost at vendor value, just for the Jewel Crafter in the first place. So there's only 25 gold worth of wiggle room in these. 25 gold to cover the cost of the 5 fractured glass, the 1 rousing fire, and the finely ground gemstones. Okay, it's very safe to say in the early days then, you won't be crafting and selling these cheaper than they are on the vendor. It's going to be when you can start making quality 2 and quality 3 vials that you might be able to get away with crafting and selling these for a profit. But anyway, we need to create one for our first craft bonus. There's our first craft bonus. Right, next recipe. Would you get some good procs with multi-craft? It's one of the things that does kind of lean towards multi-craft, but I would still say that your primary focus in most cases is still to push for higher quality. There's a recipe difficulty of 150, which by the time you've done some bits with Jewel Crafting and spent some spec points and whatever, might not be too hard to get at least some of the way there. At the moment, we're still only 22 skill points in, so we need 89 skill points before we can guarantee quality 2. You want to make sure that you're guaranteeing higher quality. Quality before quantity is the approach in the early days. Quality before quantity. Once you can guarantee quality, then you can start bumping quantity. And then, of course, there's the other one, resourcefulness, which will hopefully reduce the amount of materials that is consumed. But right, a left-handed magnifying glass. I was wondering when we'd get to make this. Left-handed magnifying glass. Another inscription. Hey, there you go. You can see you've got resourcefulness and crafting speed on that one. It's interesting that some of these have got predefined stats on them. They're not random. Because in a world where you're probably going to want inspiration, having predefined stats on these is going to be annoying. Because every single one is going to be crafted and they're going to be all exactly the same. Does quality have any role in the Darkmoon card making? Not from what I remember, no. Yes and no. In the crafting, the creation of the cards, no, because you make booster packs. But when you start taking the basic trinkets and turning them into the bigger and better trinkets, then quality kicks in. So, sort of, but not at the beginning. What's the vendor cost for 5 level 1 vials from a jewel crafter versus buying them from the vendor? They were 10 gold each on the vendor. 10 gold a vial on the vendor. So if your jewel crafter's able to make them for less than 50 gold, make them and sell them for less than 50 gold, you buy them off a jewel crafter. Otherwise, you buy them from the vendor. We need some frameless lenses. Let's make some more of these. I seem to need these quite frequently. I'll make a few. Right, left-handed magnifying glass. Let's make one of those. Do we get our first time bonus? We do get inspiration creation. So this is quite good. In the crafted list, look here. It shows that this one was an inspired creation. An inspired creation means that our inspiration stat kicked in. What inspiration, if we go back to our frameless lens, we did get first time bonus on that, by the way. What happened here then, to explain what happened here, is we have an 8% chance to be inspired. When we become inspired, we craft it with a bonus to our skill stat. You can see here that it gives a 50 bonus skill when it procs. We have a skill of 22, but it would have crafted with plus 50, so what, like 72 would have been its final crafting skill on this craft here. But what we can see here is 72 is still not enough to push it into quality 2. We need 89 skill to get a quality 2 craft. So even though it was inspired, we still didn't have enough skill, even with the inspiration, to make a higher quality thing. But of course, if you were within 50 skill points, within 50 skill points of quality 2, naturally, when the inspiration would have kicked in, this would have kicked in and would have created a quality 2 version. But we're still too dumb for even extra inspiration to help us. We need a new recipe. Let's pick up a new recipe. Sensei's Sundered Onyx. Okay. Another just regular gem. Regular ass gem. First craft bonus. Yes. What you're showing now, does that have some RNG element to it? No more than anything else, but at least it can be mathematically calculated. Inspiration, it procs 8% of the time. The more inspiration you stack, the more frequently it will happen. So you can math it out. The point is it's not truly RNG because you know what the chances are. If you craft enough, you'll get predictable results. Revitalizing red carving. Place a glorious draconic statue on the ground near where it'll heal you for a short time before its power fades. Okay. Inherently, by virtue, incredibly boring. But you're going to craft one for the first time bonus regardless. Boom. First time craft bonus. Nice. Crafting seems so convoluted now. Convoluted tends to have negative connotations. There's more complexity to it than what we're used to. But I would also argue that this is not far different from what most other MMOs crafting systems are. we just live in the past with World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft crafting had not ever caught up with what everybody else was doing. This system, for reference, is just straight up copy-paste from... practically copy-paste from New World. Sad smiley gave the connotations away. Little bit. I read between the lines. Okay, we get the ability to recraft equipment now as well. So now we will be able to left click to select valid equipment to recraft. So, say for example, we want to upgrade our Sundered Onyx thing. We can put it in there. It's going to take 10 Artisan's Metal to do a recraft on it. It's also going to take a fraction of the original materials to recraft it as well. So if we look at the Sundered Onyx thing, how much did it take to begin with? Initially, crafting one from a fresh took 2, 2, and 2. So recrafting it is taking half the crafting costs in this scenario. It might be different for other things. You need to take half the crafting costs, add 10 Artisan's Metal into the mix, to then, hopefully, because you would only recraft it, let me clarify here, if you were then able to make it at a higher quality than it already is. That's the purpose of recrafting. You wouldn't be doing this otherwise. But this is for, so once you're going to make this right at the beginning, but it's going to be dog shit quality. But by the time you've leveled up as a jewel crafter some more, you'll have better skill and maybe be able to make these at a higher quality. Instead of, the weird thing is instead of just recrafting a new one, which I tend to feel that in a scenario like this would be the sensible option, instead of recrafting an existing one and using Artisan's Metal, which we know have inherent value to them, and considering it still takes half the materials anyway, I'd be more inclined to just craft a new one than recrafting. This is maybe not the best example. That recrafting is going to kick in and be more lucrative on very expensive gear to make in the first place. This is probably not a great use example for recrafting. Even if you could recraft from a 1 to a 3 quality or 1 to a 5 quality, you probably still wouldn't because it's just cheaper to make a new one from scratch. What you can do when recrafting as well, by the looks of things, is also switch around any optional reagents. So when you first make it, or if you acquire one, if you buy one, it might have random stats on it. Eventually, you'll unlock the ability to customize those stats. Then you might look at recrafting one to customize the stats on it. It's practically the same as making a new one, but it just uses Artisan's Metal and a fraction of the base materials to start with. Which makes sense. Like I said, on cheap stuff, though, you're not going to bother. Because Artisan's Metal, the cost of the Artisan's Metal is going to far outweigh the cost of the other materials. That your recrafting is going to be done on expensive bits of gear. Expensive bits of gear that use, very high, very expensive, very rare, very lucrative materials to craft in the first place. Is there a stable gain of Artisan's Metal? Not ultimately. No, not in unlimited quantities. This is going to be limited in how much of it you can acquire. We're slowly but surely working out all of the ways to get it, But the point still stands is that it is going to be a limited material. We'll look at recrafting a little bit more on stuff where it actually starts to matter later. And the Wisp of Tyr is... I wonder if we get a first craft bonus on this. It is considered a reagent. We might do. But it's also going to use 10 of my artisan's metal to craft one, which I don't particularly want to do. Can I buy artisan's metal from the vendor? The irony being is the first craft of this might give me 5 artisan's metal as well, meaning my first one's half price. Okay. Ah, okay. That's very interesting to know. Wisp of Tyr, because it did not give me the first one on our list that did not give me a first craft bonus was this Wisp of Tyr. That is where we start to make notes of things. Patterns. That did not award first time bonus. So this firmly goes in the category of craft it if you want to craft it. Live in Tennessee, got to get ready to work. Love the spreadsheet, bless you. You're very welcome. Glad it's helpful to you. Right, we are now 24 skill points in. We need to get 1 skill point by crafting something to unlock spec trees. Just craft a few more of these because we seem to need them anyway. Boom, there we go. 25 skill points. With that is going to come some more recipes, I imagine. Yeah, here we go. Bunch of stuff. Forceful Nosderite. Forceful Nosderite requires an awakened heir. Please hold. There's an awakened heir. 275 recipe difficulty on rare gems. What's the... Oh, let's create one first. Hang on. Yep, first time bonus. Actually, for the sake of completion, I want to buy 10 of those from a vendor to replace the 10 I spent on making this item that didn't give me a first time. But the only reason I created it was to test whether it gives a first time bonus, and it didn't. So I needed to buy back the 10 artisan's metal. What I'm trying to see, for reference, is I'm trying to calculate just how many artisan's metal and in turn how many free spec points we can get nice and quickly. You see, we've only just unlocked specs and we have 17 points to spend. That's a nice chunky amount of spec points to begin to begin your crafting journey with, which is going to make a world of difference in the early days. This is going to mean that people are going to be able to unlock something special really quite quickly. We'll look into this in a little bit more detail in a minute, but it does mean that we should be able to rack up enough knowledge points really quite quickly. Did I craft the... Oh lord. Did I craft the thing I meant to craft? Forceful Nosderite, I did. Yeah. Will the stream be saved? Got to go to work. Pretty interesting. Want to finish it? Yeah, it'll be up. You know, the VOD stays on Twitch, or I upload them to YouTube like as soon as the stream's finished. the Manthius TV channel. Right, jagged Nosderite. Let's make one of those. We need an awakened fire. Create one of those. First time bonus. Thank you very much. Next recipe. And for reference, the reason I'm only learning one recipe at a time is to make sure that I've crafted one of everything. It's just trying to be as organized as possible whilst also streaming and multitasking, which I'm not good at historically. Right, let's make one of these. First time bonus. Good, good, good. You can filter for first time bonus crafts. Can you really? Oh, that's clever. I'm not going to rely on that working, but that's very clever. Once I've done it the manual way that I know that is foolproof, then we might test that as well. Like I said, I don't trust that working, but Steady Nosderite, Awaken Frost. I tell you what, this whole system is going to make each and every profession very different. Very different. Because a profession that just straight up has more recipes for you to access quickly is going to make a world of difference. Time Watcher's Patience. This is your cooldown ability. This, I believe, is what allows you to take some basic gems and turn them into the rare versions. Nice to see that it doesn't require any artisan's metal. Does give a first time craft bonus, and also has triggered the 20-hour cooldown. And it contains some Nosderites. Why it put them all the way up here, I don't know. And why it felt the need to close my... Either way. 2 quality 3 Nosderites. Boom. In the money. The irony being is that, unfortunately, the orange ones are the ones that are going to be flooding on the market anyway. Do we reckon that maybe is why? From what I can gather, actually, if this is now... If this is now representative of... Oh, what the hell? Hang on, I'll come back to my previous thought in a minute. 50 artisan's metal. Increases skill by 30. I wonder if this one then gives... I wonder if this gives artisan's metal on a first time craft bonus. If I filter it, it doesn't say it should, if the UI is to be believed. The Wisp of Tear didn't give us a first time bonus, so let's see if this gives us a first time bonus or not. I'll buy back 50 artisan's metal if it doesn't. No first time bonus on this either, so presumably the rule could be as simple as if it takes artisan's metal, you don't get free artisan's metal when you craft it, nor do you get knowledge. Maybe. Right, let's buy back 50 more so my numbers are correct. Uh, 31 skill points. Can we learn any more? We need to get to 40 to learn this. So let's just bang out a bunch of crafts. Anything that gives us skill ups. That's on a cooldown. We need to make Nosderites. A bunch of Nosderites. Well, if we make an air, a couple of airs, a couple of earths, a couple of fires, and a couple of frosts. Will that get us up to 40 skill points? Not quite. Awakened thingies come from mining. These elements come from a whole bunch of different places. You can get them via mining, you can get them via herbalism, you can, in theory, I believe, get them from skinning, so they can be gathered in many cases. You kill elementals around the zones, you might get them. There's a big old list of places you can get these from. So it'll take a little bit of time before we really start to understand just what becomes, what's going to be the main source for these. But let's not forget, it's a crafting reagent. It's going to be on the region-wide auction house. There's going to be a lot of them. There will always be lots of them. The question will be is whether, whether they'll be at a price that you're happy with. I need to make one more of something. Let's do another frost. Right, this gives us 40, which means we should be able to learn something else here. Elemental Harmony. This takes one of all of the gems and a Primal Convergent. A Primal Convergent of which... comes from Alchemy? I want to say. Alchemy has the ability to turn one of each of these, or one of a bunch of these, into a primal... I think it's one of each essence, into a primal convergent. Then you add it on top of one of each gem, and you get an elemental harmony. A harmonious union between the gems of the Dragon Isles with the awakened elements, crafted by Dawn Crafters with the assistance of alchemists. Can be bought and sold on the auction house. So this in and of itself then becomes a reagent that's going to be used in top tier crafting stuff. Does our filter claim it to have... Now our filter claims it to have a first time bonus, so we're going to do it. I need a primal convergent. Maybe. Not you, apparently. Is it because it's considered an alchemy thing? Is it from you? Primal Convergent. First time craft bonus. Thank you very much. How do you create 1-star items if you've already got the 2-star recipe, or can you just not? That is a thing. It's remarkable. If you have enough skill to guarantee yourself higher quality, you then can't easily choose to make lower quality. But the logic there is, why would you? Yeah. Very quickly, it would be like, well, why would you? When the materials are the same, the cost is the same, why would you choose to make something at lesser quality? If the market's doing weird and wonderful things, such as quality 1 is more expensive than quality 2, the question then becomes on, well, why is the person... The reality is that the person then going to buy that item shouldn't be buying the quality 1. They should be buying the quality 2 because it's better and it's cheaper. Now, I know weird things do happen, such as in Shadowlands, it is not uncommon to see item level 168 crafted gear being listed for a higher price than 233 crafted gear. You know, a cape, for example. The reality of it is, though, is the 168 gear probably shouldn't be selling. But I kind of get where you're coming from. You can, in theory, drop your skill level by removing things like your profession tools, if they have skill on them. But once you gain natural skill, and once you gain skill points through your specialization, you can't undo that learning of skill. So I wanted to check the 1-star reputation quantities on contracts. Oh, I see. You might need to just look at Wowhead and see what a quality 1, a quality 2, and a quality 3 actually creates. Right, we need to get to 45 then to learn the last thing. I guess we do that by just making a few more of these. I'm not trying to find optimal leveling paths here. The irony being is that optimal leveling paths is going to go out the window a little bit when your incentive is to at least make one of everything anyway. We got 2 inspiration procs back to back there. This is another good example to showcase that the recipe is such a difficult recipe to master in the first place. We would need over 209 skill to guarantee a quality 2 craft. We have 45 natural skill, and our inspiration will give us a bonus 117. But even 117 plus 45 was not enough to surpass 209. So even when inspiration kicked in, still, you know, we're still too dumb. New mats classed as commodities and show on the region-wide auction house, or as they have quality, they're not region-wide. No, they're actually, as far as the game is considered, different items. So they're all considered commodities. They're all crafting reagents. They'll all be on the region-wide auction house. When you go and search for Sundered Onyx, it will show 3 results. And then when you'd click on a quality 1, it would show you the prices and the quantities and the listings. You could click on quality 2. It treats them as completely different items. They have entirely different item IDs as well, which is good for us because it makes it far easier to do spreadsheet stuff with them. Do we have any idea about how high we can get stats like inspiration to be? I've not pushed, but you can get them pretty high if you stack them. For every 10 points, you get 1%. So by the time you're stacking top tier, high quality profession tools, and you've got all the bonuses from specializations, these numbers can get really quite ridiculous. Now, I don't know if there's going to be some diminishing returns on them. I've not tested that far yet. But now we've got to 45. Now we should have the last recipe we can get from the trainer, which is our first higher quality jewel crafting accessory. And this will then be, haha, clever. This then will be practically the end of our trainer learnt journey. Now, I'm going to go as far as to say then that you're not going to easily be able to craft this when you first level up. But plus 43 inspiration and plus 6 jewel crafting skill goes to indicate that you're going to want one. You're going to want one. But the irony is that overspending my own artisan's metal, I would rather put in a work order and just pay somebody a stinky amount of gold for this. The irony is that artisan's metal, in theory, we have not seen the full work order system. But if you can put in a work order for one of these, provide none of the materials, and just put a whacking great big tip on it, there's a good chance that somebody will fulfill that order because they'll, the dollar signs will be spinning. Which means I'll be able to buy one while still reserving my artisan's metal. Meaning that then I will be able to pool my artisan's metal. We've got 110 here. I need somehow very quickly to acquire 200 of these. I need 200 of these because then I can turn in 200 of them for plus 15 knowledge points. Now, I know for a fact that you can get 100 artisans metal from a small quest chain in the Anaran Plains. So that with on top of my first time craft bonus. Yeah, my first time craft bonuses plus the Anaran Plains quest chain, which will give me 100, will push me past the 200 mark needed to buy my first booster to knowledge, which will mean I will sit at 22 plus whatever, plus 15 by doing nothing more than just leveling the profession using vendor patterns and being sat at like 45 skill points. If they don't remove the vendor, there's going to be a lot of degeneracy, probably, because the other way for me to get yet more artisans metal is to I can get more artisans metal by leveling up a second crafting profession alongside dual crafting, hoovering up all of the first time bonuses from that, then dropping that profession, taking up a different profession, hoovering up all the first time bonuses. You know, the ridiculousness of it could be bonkers. But it very heavily depends on whether that vendor sticks about. I feel that vendor might be utilized as a catch-up thing. Somebody, I can't remember who it was, but somebody made the suggestion yesterday that vendor that dishes out artifact knowledge in exchange for artisans metal, profession knowledge in exchange for artisans metal, might be a catch-up system that won't hit the game in 10.0. Is the item bind on pickup or bind on equip? Like, can I consume all of the Jewel Crafter's Artisan's Metal on my server and sell all of the items on the auction house? Now, Artisan's Metal's bind on pickup. I don't quite understand the question, but Artisan's Metal in itself is bind on pickup. There's a forum post on the topic of who provides which materials. They're not decided on Artisan Metal yet. I saw this forum thread yesterday. I wanted to take a little bit of a look at this anyway, because it's our good old buddy, old pal. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this has actually been this is a bigger, okay. Right. This fella's done bits on... Okay, we're going to check through this thread in a minute. I'm going to go grab a drink before I do this. Because I'm at a convenient pausing point with Jewel Crafting now. I need to make some notes and jot a few things down before I go any further in game anyway. So I'm going to go grab a drink. Occupy yourselves for a couple of minutes. And then we'll have a little bit of a look through this forum thread, because this has got some dev blues in there that relate to professions. So I'll be back in 2, boys and girls. Play an ad. An ad's just happened, so I'm not going to play any more ads. I leave Twitch to do its thing when it comes to ads nowadays. Back in 2. Right then. Alrighty. Oh, loads of people joining the Discord. Nice. Okay, so let's take a little bit of a look at this blog post then. There's this sparked a few developer posts from our relatively quiet but seemingly hard-working profession developer over at Blizzard. To jump in and try and answer a few questions that have been kicking around over the last few days. The last few days, there's been some changes on the beta, which has nerfed. I'm not too much of a fan of using the word nerfed on the beta because I tend to think that nothing is nerfed until it goes live. It's just been rebalanced. But they've done some rebalancing of the item level of a lot of the crafted gear, which has kicked up a bit of a stink. Such as that, you know, we were told that crafters would be making up to mythic quality, and with this rebalancing of item levels of some of the crafted gear, it was causing the crafted gear to not really be any better than that of what heroic gear is. So people had obviously quite rightly questions to ask. This has led to a post which we'll go through in a little bit of a detail here, practically saying just, well, what's going on? Starting off by stating the community is starting to get slightly worried that Blizzard is doing a rug pull. Rug pull is a cryptocurrency term, or it is heavily used in the cryptocurrency world. You know, somebody pushes an NFT, takes a bunch of money, and then basically deletes the project and runs. They're kind of getting slightly worried that Blizzard was doing a similar thing, telling everybody that they'd be making up to, you know, mythic quality gear, and then slowly but surely just, you know, pulling the rug from under your feet and actually going, you know what, no, it's only X, Y, and Z. But let's take a little bit of a look. Let's see what they were sort of, you know, alluding to. The mythic infusion items just got nerfed to below the highest heroic item level, even though the tooltip still describes the gear as being mythically powerful. My hope, or cope, is that Blizzard is simply shifting things around in the next beta build, and we'll actually see the actual mythic infusion, which is the, consider it the crafting reagent needed to upgrade your gear, that will end up blah 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 somewhere in a better place. A few people probably chipped in on this. Crelia, I am really interested to find out exactly who you are, as you seem to be incredibly active on both the beta and the forums in regards to professions. If anybody has, I'm tempted to message this person and find out who they are, because they seem to hold a lot of answers. This person alone seems to have put in 40, 50 hours of effort. So I might try and get in contact with these guys, because they could clearly answer some questions. And their posts on the forum seem to be of logical mindset, not just a troll dum-dum. Definitely a concern of mine as well. If crafting cannot create items that are best in slot, or at least very close to it, for at least one of the three primary forms of endgame content, the entire crafting order system will practically be redundant. All of the commodity crafts should be next to profitless at this stage, regardless, due to the fact that the region-wide auction house system. Hence, the only benefiting for investing the time in a crafting profession would have been the capacity to make that endgame gear. We only need to look back at Shadowlands to see how buyers didn't want lower level crafts, e.g. all of those rank 2 and 3 Lego parts, which nobody was able to make money on after the first few weeks of Shadowlands launch. Not entirely true, but based on an air of logic for sure. What this did sort of cause to happen, though, is some blue posts to kick in. I did actually tweet this one out yesterday, but seems to have been more that's developed. So, as you suspected and hoped, this is just a little bit of item level shifting across the board. This with this particular change going in slightly earlier than others. In the end, the epic crafted gear item level will not be changing relative to other gear. Currently, the intention is for quality 4, So obviously, crafted gear in of itself has 5 quality levels. Quality 4 Mythic upgraded profession gear will be equivalent to that of the early bosses in the Mythic raids. Now, for reference, the Mythic raid, raiding this time round is not going to be a fixed item level per difficulty. It's going to scale a little bit. We've sort of seen this in the past, to where like the top end, maybe the top 2, the end 2 bosses of the raid drop slightly higher item level loot. They're smoothing that curve out in Dragonflight. They're making it so that the first boss is going to provide the lowest item level, and it will slowly step up on a boss by boss level and probably cover 10 item levels across 1 difficulty level. So quality 4 Mythic upgraded profession gear will be the equivalent of the early bosses in a Mythic raid, whilst quality 5 being 3 item levels above that. So what they've got to be careful with here is the understanding of exactly how this is worded. Quality 4 is going to be equivalent to the early bosses in a Mythic raid. Quality 5, 3 item levels higher than the early stuff. Now, this is still going to mean that the item level of the gear that drops off the end bosses at Mythic difficulty is still going to be bigger and better from an item level perspective than even quality 5 crafted gear. But anybody that's ever played World of Warcraft and has cared about gear for the longest of time will understand that item level is not everything. It is very much likely to be the case that the gear that drops off those end mythic bosses, sure, it's going to have a few item levels more, but the likelihood is when people start simming their gear and simming for optimal stats, you'll be able to achieve optimal stats on a crafted piece of gear, even though to push it into BIS status, you'll still be able to have something a few item levels less, but with BIS stats, making that piece of gear slightly better even possibly. But that's going to be for the real min-maxers out there. Now, if you're already downing the end boss at mythic difficulty, there does come a point to, well, at that point, once you've killed the hardest boss on the hardest difficulty, do you really care so much to min-max your gear past that? Some people do, some people don't. Each to their own. But this is at least the intention that they're going for. They're trying to balance, reasonable quality 4 out of 5 crafted gear to be on par with that of the basic mythic difficulty. Makes sense. I'm happy with that. Nice compromise. You should see these new item levels being reflected in the next patch on the beta. So what this ultimately means is the likelihood is that the item level of the raids and the bosses and the raids and everything is going to be dropped to bring it in line with what's happened here. It just so happened to be that the crafting changes went in first. Everybody panicked. Just like if they dropped the item level of the raid stuff first, everybody would panic because they'd be like, whoa, crafted gear's easy bis, mate. Why raid when I can just craft pay to win, mate? We've already seen a whole bunch of that silliness going on, but I will note that because this is beta, we will be continuing to evaluate the specific role of crafted gear and how crafted gear takes in the overall gearing ecosystem. But our intention is absolutely to keep crafted gear as important a contributor to your gearing journey. So yeah, it's just beta doing beta things, right? They can't do everything at once. They've chosen to do one thing first and it's upset a few people, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. They're aware of it. Blizzard are such words for the sake of words, talk much, say nothing. They do not really know themselves, I guess. Hey, it's one developer saying something on a forum. Our hopes is that, it becomes reality, but we'll see. With Mythic item level ranging from 424 to 434 in incremental steps, can you clarify if the early bosses means the first 2 or the second 2 bosses? I mean, give them a chance to make the raid first, fella. I mean, let's give them some benefit of the doubt, right? some benefit of the doubt. For some extra clarification, crafting these quality 4 and quality 5 items won't be possible till later on in the tier, correct? It's not supposed to be something doable within the first 2 to 3 weeks of the tier, but something that happens later on. Yes and no. I think we're going to get to the point where we can craft quality 4 gear. If we go super narrow, right? If we take all our spec points, if we take all of our spec points and tunnel them into one end goal of crafting one bit of gear at the highest possible quality we possibly can, there's a very good chance that we will then be able to get quality 4, possibly even quality 5 crafts before too long. It probably won't take... It will take a matter of weeks, not months, is my suspicion. But that's only if you are hyper-optimizing your profession, and even then, that's likely to only be for one piece of gear, right? Leatherworkers, tailors, blacksmiths, the big gear crafting professions are making gear for all of the slots. If you hyper-focus in one direction, you might be good at that one bit of kit, but what happens when somebody doesn't want that? They don't want the chest piece that you've specialized in, they want the legs. And now they got to hope that somebody else is specialized in the legs. So the availability of these top quality items is almost more of an issue than whether it's feasible for people to be even able to make them or not. There might be a few people that all go the same direction and they all specialize in the same direction. And there'll be 3 or 4 people that can make top quality 5, top quality 5 tier chest pieces. And there'll be a bunch of people that can do that. But the guy that wants the quality 5 pair of boots that nobody has chosen to specialize in might have a little bit more of an issue on their hands. So we'll see. We'll see. But the likelihood is the way that knowledge is looking right now, and as weeks go past on the beta, we're finding yet more and more, and the gears are spinning to try and min-max the amount of knowledge points we can acquire on a single profession. It's not going to take too long before we can make these top quality items. Sure, it probably won't be before the raid comes out, but it certainly won't be months after the raid has been out. People will be doing this pretty quickly, I reckon. Few more blah blah blahs. To answer a few questions then. Currently the first bosses is where they're planning to balance the gearing around. Crafting quality 4 or 5 items would be hypothetically possible early in the tier. It would take the cooperation of multiple crafters to make the best profession gear, the reagents, and somebody specializing in the item being made, but it should be possible, although difficult, very early on with enough concerted effort. There we go. Reiterating what I believe to be the case, that it will take somebody to really know what they're doing with their crafting professions to be able to make that exact item that somebody wants. Crafters are going to have to sort of pick and choose a little bit. Do they put all their eggs in one basket? Do they power zerg everything into like one piece of gear, hoping that everybody wants that one piece of gear? Or do they just, spread the love a little bit more, make it so that they can fulfill work orders on 3 or 4 pieces of gear, but maybe only at quality 3 or quality 4 instead of pushing 1 to quality 5. That's going to be up to the crafter to how they do it. Need to diversify your stock. There's an economical decision to be made there, and there's arguably not going to be a right or a wrong answer. Often is the case if you specialize aggressively at the beginning and you happen to hit the jackpot and you chose right. If you chose right and you specialized, put all your eggs in one basket, and you got it right, you can make a killing. But on the flip side, if you put all your eggs in one basket and that decision wasn't the right decision, you've made it harder for yourself in other directions. So people can choose. This is kind of the point, right? People get to choose. Can I only put crafted gear into the work order system? Or also, let's say somebody wants 100 Invis potions at tier 3. Could I make them? We don't really know yet. The work order system hasn't been implemented. Certainly not in enough detail for us to really know. The expectation is that the work order system should kick in for most Dragonflight related items. Now, commodities are going to be a slightly different one because commodities are going to be on the region-wide auction house anyway. So availability of those is broadly available. The suspicion is that the work order system may end up being, limited to things to where you would want a custom order. That's kind of the point of them, right? It's not just you want a tier 3 quality potion, because a tier 3 quality potion might be the exact same as any other tier 3 quality potion. The work orders in that scenario is not necessarily to get them at the price you want. The work order system is being more sold to us initially as to allow you to get that exact piece of gear the way that you want it. So that high-end, heroic, mythic piece of gear, if you want that piece of gear with haste and mastery on it, you can put in a work order and a crafter can make it to your exact specification. That's more of the way that it's being sold, which leads the whole system very much to gearing. But also profession gear is being made through work orders. There's probably even we don't know. The work order system doesn't exist, but that's at least the way that it's being sold to us to begin with. I guess it is everything that one can craft in the expansion, meaning the commodity market will die pretty soon. Not really. The commodity market is going to be a hustle and bustle and a little Wild West for quite a while. What we got here? Please do not make it possible to be done during the first 2 to 3 weeks of the tier. Some of the crafted gear is really powerful and it should stay that way. But if there's even a small chance of it being possible, it would literally take the 10.0 tier from being one of the best in terms of grind to being far worse than even set. What? Even delaying quality 4 and 5 to week 5 would be enough to fix this. Okay, this is somebody that doesn't understand the crafting system. The crafters are not inherently making the mythic gear. The mythic gear is only going to be made when the mythic raiders turn up with their mythic component. Much like how crafters marks have worked in Shadowlands. Crafter X will have the ability to make the raiding chest piece, but it will require the raider to bring along their mythic reagent to then make that item at mythic quality. So it's you are not going to have mythic quality crafted gear before people can engage in mythic quality content. I think this person just hasn't caught up with some of the changes. That's fine. Time gating profession sounds a big yucky. It's practically not time gated. You already need a bunch of refined rank 3 materials, a bunch of primal chaos, the concentrated primal focus, somebody with the recipe, and somebody with said recipe to also have a high enough skill and investment in that type of craft to be able to do that craft from a profession skill point of view. All to craft a weapon that you could just YOLO out of your vault or get from the second boss. I'm not seeing the doomsday scenario. In fact, this will be awesome for the Race to World First guys as it leaves the playing field, as it levels the playing field. No more, that's not a word, for top quality players to get there. Praying to get the top quality weapon. They can just funnel resources into gearing their players. It's actually really awesome that our bad luck protection system is going to be in the game early on. Hypothetically, possibly early, because on is like the best case scenario. Okay. Well, all this is... we need the work order system so much. We absolutely need the work order system to be implemented onto the beta ASAP, because it's the glue that holds the jigsaw together. It's the final piece of the puzzle that will hopefully help it so people understand the way this new system is going to work in a little bit more detail. The problem is people like me find it really difficult to eloquently talk about half a system. And it's very apparent that it's also difficult for people to get a grip of what it's going to potentially look like when we don't have the work order system. There are some crafted pieces that have incredibly powerful effects that are going to be BIS pieces for specs. And if there's even the slightest possibility that you're going to be able to get those items for the race at Mythic item... No. Once again, this person doesn't understand the crafting component needed to make these. Embellished gear has a 2-item limit. I'm also pretty sure that you have to be the one to provide a concentrated primal focus to the craft, which means you'll likely only have one of these pieces of embellished gear during the race, if that's the direction you choose. See, now this person seems to showcase that they do understand it. Okay. As far as being a I don't care about the race to world first. That's 20 people. Puts quality 5 gear at the Shadowlands equivalent of getting plus 15 loot from the Great Vault. Very cool. Agreed. It's been a long time coming that crafting can actually make something worthwhile. Still not 100% clear on the heroic mythic level reagent though. Through crafting orders, will it be possible for a client to put in an order for a mythic level piece of gear that the crafter can provide, or must the client provide the reagent? Yeah, valid question. Until we have the work order system, we don't know this. And that's the real annoyance. And that's what's causing a lot of the confusion. If it's a simple ask that when the work order is put in, if it requires a raid reagent, then that player must provide the raid reagent. I really hope that Blizzard takes away any necessity for the crafter to provide these rare materials. I don't even want it to be an optional thing, because if it becomes an optional thing, I'll just put a dirty big tip, and I will practically in that scenario then be able to buy customized mythic gear without ever stepping foot into mythic raiding, which I don't want. As much as I have all of the gold in the world and would happily do that, I don't want that to be a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my lord, I'm an analyst for Method. Not a very good one. Oh dear. Method need to do some re-recruiting. Oh, here we go. To clarifying crafting orders on who can provide what. Only the customer can... Oh, okay, here we go. Only the customer can provide Primal Chaos. Oh, well, that's big. Primal Focus or Concentrated Primal Focus, the optional reagents required to raise the item level for the epic gear. Either the customer or the crafter can provide any unbound reagents or optional reagents. So the customer has to provide Primal Chaos. Nice. Very nice. That's good. What that does mean is my Dragon Scale Expedition farming guide is going to become very popular, and it may be recreated and recrafted as a Primal Chaos farming guide, because at the moment it appears to be the #1 way of farming Primal Chaos, unless of course, you know, dungeons and raids end up dropping it en masse. Either the customer can craft and provide any unbound reagents or optional reagents. What about the spark? As a general rule, if something is soulbound, it's probably going to be needed to be provided by the customer. Thank the Lord. So you can only put in a work order for an item where you're providing the soulbound materials. That takes away all necessity for crafters to have to worry about farming up these soulbound materials. That's very good. That's very good. That means you're only going, in theory, you're only going to have access to the level of gear which represents the content that you're actively playing. Good. Great choice, Blizzard. Well done. There is one exception here that we are not entirely settled on. Currently, either the customer or the crafter can provide artisan's metal. Recrafting will need some of this. It also is needed for some higher end consumables that benefit professions and the high end This goes to what I was saying earlier. I would quite happily put a stinky big tip on crafting a piece of gear so that I don't have to spend my own artisan's metal on it. Because I know that there's a limited quantity of this, and I know it's worth more to me putting it in the right place in my professions than it is spending it on crafting a single piece of gear. Okay, that's going to be it's going to be interesting to see in which direction they go with that. Because my example on this for maybe people that weren't paying attention a little bit earlier was that your top end crafting equipment is bind on pickup, and it all starts to very, very quickly use disgusting amounts of this artisan's metal, which is clearly by design because they want to hoover as much of the free stuff up from you as possible. The first hit's always free, right? That's the theory. By leveling the profession and crafting one of everything to begin with, we ended up with 110 artisan's metal. By the time you've gone out, you've leveled your character a little bit, you've done the one-time quests that give you artisan's metal, you've completed the weekly that gives you some free artisan's metal, you're likely to have just about enough of this stuff to make one of these for yourself. The alternative is, though, is that if I put in a work order, provide none of the artisan's metal, another jewel crafter on my realm has a choice to make. Do they sell me for a value, for a really high gold? I mean, I could put a 50,000 gold tip on making one of these, and I am quite sure there'd be a jewel crafter out there that would turn around and go, you know what? Instead of making this for myself, I would rather have the 50,000 gold. Take my artisan's metal, take my craft, and I'll be on my way. And I'd do that all day long. Because then that would mean I still have all of my artisan's metal, and I have the gear that allows me even more crafting skill to gain an even bigger advantage over somebody else that hasn't done that. Using your gold where it is most useful to you. If there are limited quantity materials, you should always, given the option, spend gold instead. Because you can make as much gold as as you want to make. In theory, at least, anyway. Can you drop the profession and relearn it to get the first craft bonus again? I've not tested, but I have been informed that if you drop a profession and take the same profession again, you do not get the first time craft bonuses again. This is indicative to me of them using the quest-based tracking system that runs behind the scenes, right? When you complete a quest, you get the rewards for completing the quest. It then also flips a switch behind the scenes that says you've completed that quest. It's probably how it's going to work with crafts. The first time you craft an item, it does the same thing. It gives you this, it turns a false into a positive. turns false into true, meaning that you've completed that quest already. There's no way on that same character to do the same again. Would be my guesstimation of how it actually has been coded behind the scenes. That's not to say, though, that you couldn't drop one profession and take up a different profession and maybe farm that profession for all its one-time bonuses. I don't know. I'm going to test that, just not yet. If that becomes a thing, I'm going to be leveling up lots of professions on my main character the very first day of the expansion. If that becomes a loophole, it's going to be an expensive loophole, but it's likely to be a very lucrative one at the same time. In general, then, the logic is that if it's soulbound, it is that way because we want the player who will end up with the gear to need to take some of the effort to earn it. Otherwise, that reagent may as well be unbound and purchasable on the auction house for gold. See? Solid logic. Artisan's Metal is a bit of an exception because it's a special reagent earnable within the profession ecosystem and only useful for those who are using a profession or those who are placing crafting orders. Keeping it from being tradable means that each crafter/gatherer needs to earn their own to help with their profession, but allowing it to be provided by either party during a crafting order means that if you don't engage in professions directly, you can still hit up a crafter to perform recrafting services for you. Oh, that's a good point. Even if you don't piss about with professions, you need 10 Artisan's Metal every time to recraft something. That's probably why they give you a hit of 100 Artisan's Metal through the questing, through leveling. So that every single person in the game has 100 Artisan's Metal or access to 100 Artisan's Metal quite quickly and easily, so that they can then recraft their gear, even if they do not give a single iota about the crafting system. But after 10 recrafts, they're then going to likely to need to try and find some more of this Artisan's Metal, e.g. play with the professions a bit. I hadn't thought about it from that perspective. No way you'd be dropping professions on a main like that. The horrible truth of the situation is if that is the case, I will level. When I say level, I mean boost. I will boost another hunter, and I will play that second hunter like it's my main for the first patch, and then I'll just catch my actual main up later. Because you are right, there is absolutely no way I'm dropping jewel crafting or leatherworking on my main character. It's got 10 years plus of patterns on it. There is absolutely no way I would much rather level a new hunter and play an alt as my first character to cash cow the beginning of the expansion. Race to world first alt strategies, pretty much. If there's opportunities to be degenerate and make a shitload of gold at the beginning of a patch, I'll do it. But I don't want to do it at the expense of ruining 10 years of progress on my main character. So. Okay, that's very interesting. That's actually done a lot to answer some of the big questions we've had about work orders. Even though we don't, I keep calling them work orders. Blizzard seems to love to call them crafting orders, but they're work orders. Primal Chaos being a necessary requirement is going to mean that every man and their dog who wants to place a work order for a piece of gear is going to need to acquire Primal Chaos. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Mythic Plus or the Raid offers any of these, or whether their only acquisition method is via world content, which, you know, could be Blizzard's way to push everybody into actually doing world content. That would really light the fire under some people's ass, though, because then they would be saying that, oh, all of this optional world content is not really optional, because if I want that piece of gear, I have to go farm Primal Chaos to buy that piece of gear. So it's skirting the line of optional world content again. That will absolutely annoy some people. You're not Mantheus, you're Lantheus. I'll call you Lantheus from now on. Lantheus? I don't understand. You've lost me. I hope that glass of water's not gin or vodka. It's neither. It is just water with ice in it, unfortunately. It's incredibly boring today. I chipped a tooth yesterday, so I'm staying off the fizzy drinks. Okay, what else we got then? To clarify in crafting order, blah, blah, blah. Thanks for the clarification. Would the team also happy to be ready to share information about epic crafted gear and the creation catalyst? It's not immediately clear that crafted gear would not be part of that system due to how tightly the supply of said gear is controlled. People have got this bee in their bonnet about the creation catalyst, you know. Whilst the creation catalyst did have a little bit of a facelift, I'm not entirely sure how much of a play it's going to have in Dragonflight. Might be slightly off topic, but do we know if crafting orders can be done cross-faction? Like if I'm Alliance, can I fill a order for a Horde player? Presumably that's going to have no restrictions because that's exactly how the regular auction house works. So we'll see. I don't think you're quite seeing the difference this makes. Creating 3 to 5 characters for split runs will still happen. It's been a thing for a while now, for quite some time now, and it will probably stay. What the fuck has split runs got to do with anything? Running Mythic Plus for gear will still happen. Most likely running PvP as well. This isn't just, oh, add a few more hours on top of those things. It's literally creating 120 to 150 new characters in order to grind materials, rares, and professions for weeks to ensure that the gear is obtainable. This is a larger grind than anything before. Blizzard has said that they don't want something like Septular to happen again. And this will end up being far worse. It literally adds thousands of hours of gameplay during the first weeks. And the fix for it is so small and simple. It's literally push it 7 to 10 days. Basically, instead of being available during Mythic Week, just make it available at the end of Mythic Week 2. They still don't get it, do they? Even after it's been explained, they still don't get it. They still don't get it. Endgame raiders are not going to be incentivized to run professions to a hardcore level like degenerates like me would. The point of the entire system is that I do the degenerate leveling of the professions. The raiders go out and get the one component that they need from the raid. I'll provide all the other shit, don't you worry. I'll provide the expertise in making the item. You go kill the boss. When you've killed the boss, bring me his soul, and I'll build that into a piece of gear for you. Okay. There ain't no way endgame raiders are going to feel the needs to push their professions. The sensible thing, if they really are a method analyst, as they so claim to be, the sensible thing to do would be to bring on a couple of goblins to the guild. Bring in a couple of profession whores. let them bend over and take it from all of the raiders. Oh dear. Okay, sorry, I went off the end. Oh, I went off the deep end on that one. The game should not change because of the race. Sorry to say. Sure. It really won't. It will be people playing the game, doing the economy stuff, and if you don't have those guys in-house, you will pay several million gold to get some crafts done for your boys. It's actually not of a big deal if you have an infinite gold supply. It really, really is. You won't even need an infinite gold supply. The gold won't be the issue here. There is absolutely no fear in... Gold will not be the issue here. There's no way the gold will be the issue here. It won't even be I'm quite clear that, especially because the ownership gets put on if you are a raider for a world first guild and you kill that mythic boss and you get that material that you need from the boss to make yourself that mythic piece of gear, you are going to get the ability to give that to the crafter through the work order, and then it is that mythic player that gets to set the tip, right? The power for the cost of all of this is annoyingly, I would like to clarify, annoyingly in the hands of the raider. Whereas previously, the reason that the raiders spent big money on the legendaries was because the cost was on the hands of the crafter. So the reality is the world first raiders will probably get most of this done practically for free. Because when Scripe turns round to an average regular goblin on their guild and says, "Oi, I need you to make me this. It's for the benefit of the race to world first," they're going to go, "Okay, Scripe, I'll click that button for you. Yes, Scripe." Bow down. It's not going to cost the raiders anything. It's like streamer benefits, just on like ridiculous levels. Okay. Any more blue posts in this? The concentrated primal focus only comes by taking down some of the mythic raid bosses. Timing high keys, high being an unknown value so far, and rated PvP. But yes, I would love way more details on M+. It's going to come in this in the weeks to come, I'd imagine. Have to make a deal. The made by should be visible on streams during the race. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I want you to kill the end boss, and I want you to open your character, and I need you to hover over all of your crafted gear where it all says made by Manthius. And I expect the Twitch primes to come flooding when you get the world first kill. Genius. That's creative. That's creative. That's how you end up getting random whispers asking for free crafts. True. True. So basically, like previous expansions, by the time you can make gear with professions, you won't need it. Some people in their dumb takes, man. Okay. Well, for the most part, outside of some interesting some interesting comments from some. The fact that the gearing is still meant to be on par with Mythic gear is nice, and more importantly, the fact that the lion's share of the requirement to provide the fact that only the customer is going to be able to provide Primal Chaos. There was no mention about the spark of ingenuity in this, which makes me feel that spark may not really end up being a thing, because they're being remarkably coy about even talking about it. But it's interesting to see that Artisan's Metal might be the soulbound material, but the soulbound material that ends up having a little bit more flexibility. If you as a crafter want to put a ticket price on your Artisan's Metal and sell it to somebody else via a work order, that's your prerogative to do. And then there'll be people like me that will pay big bucks to practically buy somebody else's Artisan's Metal, so then I can spend mine in a more lucrative fashion. Clever. Okay, I like it. Back to game. Let's now see. I need to make a couple of notes about where we got to with Dawn crafting before I get too far. Leveling one of everything. If the recipes that you get via the trainer stay roughly the same as what they are right now, leveling one of everything via trainer recipes gained us 110 Artisan's Metal. So that's 22 recipes, if that makes sense, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. These didn't give anything. And that one did, so that should be 23. Am I missing 5 artisans metal from somewhere? Or did I just miscount something? Oh. Oh, yeah, because there's that. Yes, because I haven't made this. So, yeah, 20. If you make this 23, but realistically, you're not going to make this. The sensible thing for a Jewel Crafter to do, if they make it so that you can buy somebody else's artisan's metal, is to buy this with gold. Buy this with gold. Do not waste your own artisan's metal on it. That's going to be far more valuable to you somewhere else. Namely, being spent on gaining 15 bonus skill points. Okay, where's my spreadsheet? I need to jot these notes down. Oh Jesus, I am tab whoring like you would not believe right now. I've got way too many. Here we go. Wisps of Tear did not give, and nor did Essence of Tear. Essence of Tear. Via trainer only patterns. What did we get? 110. 110. What's that stuff called? Artisan's metal. 17. Why would it have only been 17 actually if it was 22 first time crafts? Because it's not 17. I made that number up. It is 22. Okay. Okay. 22. So 22, you know, quote unquote free knowledge just by leveling it. Okay. Okay, so the question then becomes, is there a smart place for us to put our first... Because 22 knowledge points is not to be sniffed at, you know. That's halfway towards something really good already. Now we should probably take a little bit of a look at which of the specs do I think make more sense to level into first. I guess... there's no easy answer to that because it depends what they do. Let me refresh my memory quickly on what these specs do. Straight up +1 skill point. Upon unlocking, jewel crafting is 10% faster. Speed is a nice to have, but it's not an essential. +3 skill after spending 5 points. Sub-spec. +4 skill after 15 points. Learn a sub-spec. +3 skill after 25 points. These numbers have been rebalanced as well. Jewel crafting is 10% faster, +10 inspiration and 10 resourcefulness. Nice to have, but not really a big deal. What's this one? Saving slivers. Use reagents more economically, gaining resourcefulness. You ain't going to care about resourcefulness early days. That's that once you're crafting everything at quality 3 by default, then you start caring about resourcefulness. So maybe Jeweler's toolset mastery is just gonna be a not really first pick. Brilliant Bauble. Become a more inspired blacksmith. That's an interesting twist. Gaining +1 inspiration per point in this specialization. Brilliant Bauble. Can I F6 on that one? Can I F6 on any of this? Can't F6 on any of this. Issue report. Jewel crafting. Jewel crafting. What is it? Brilliant Bauble spec. Node. reports to okay. Inspiration grants 5% additional crafting skill when making jewel crafting goods upon unlocking this. Finally, more than 2 crafting professions on a character. Yeah. Boost your blacksmithing skill. Okay. There seems to be little sense to me. Although, like I said, inspiration is... Gaining inspiration is big, meaning that when those procs happen, not only do those procs happen more frequently, that inspiration will be the biggest secondary stat you care for, but before you start caring for secondary stats, you should be caring more so for main stats, which is skill. So this is unlikely to be something you spec into first. Faceting. Improve at cutting gems, gaining +1 skill for all gem cuts per point in the spec. That's a plus skill, but it's only a plus skill for when it comes to... It's not a general plus skill, it's a specialized plus skill. Then you can spec into the 4 different variations of gems. Air gems, earth gems, fire gems, and frost gems. Settings is... My question is that you're going to pick, as a jewel crafter in the early days, you are going to pick either rings and necklaces, or you're going to pick gem cutting. You're going to do one or the other. You're going to have to... That is a choice you're going to have to make. Am I going to be the best gem cutter in the world, or am I going to be the best jewelry crafter in the world? If you go... faceting, you're going the gem route, and you're just going to be more efficient at cutting gems. I feel though that gems are a bonus feature, right? They are region wide though. They are region wide, you are right, meaning that if you do have the ability to get the best gems, if you can get ahead of the field when it comes to gems, you're not just ahead of you're not just ahead of everybody on your realm, you're ahead of your entire region, which could end up being outrageously lucrative. If you can start crafting quality 2 and quality 3 gems before anybody else, especially if you seem to pull off some magic and start doing it before the race even kicks in, and you've got people gearing up and gemming their gear to start with, and you're doing that region wide and you can get there first, you could print money. But I also tend to feel that if you play on a big server, there's the opportunity for it to be far more lucrative for you to go the ring and the necklace route. But that distinction is a little bit tough to decide this early. You kind of need the raiders and the mythic pluses and the PvPers to start working out what their gear is and where it's going to come from. Because although we know that rings and necklaces are always big business for jewel crafters, or the trinket even, jewelry is always a big business, especially because you got... Well, look at the Shadowgast ring in Shadowlands, right? The Shadowgast ring was a no-brainer for most people for most of the expansion. Now, if you wanted to go hardcore ring crafting, at what point do you... Yeah, here we go. Learn how to create the Signet of Titanic Insight, a powerful accessory. That's your raiding quality ring, I think. Signet of Titanic something or other. Show unlearned rings. Signet of Titanic Insight. Yeah. Here we go. This is your big ticket ring. Your big ticket ring. Of which, you know, out the bat, 382. But this is where raiders are going to stroll in. And raiders are going to want to take... If raiders choose to decide to upgrade their rings, then, you know... And the likelihood is it's often... Because you have 2 ring slots and you have 2 trinket slots, crafters love that shit, right? And raiders love that as well. Because it's also a safe bet for raiders. Buying an expensive crafted ring means that you have to get 2 really good raid drops before you replace that piece of crafted gear. It's a good value proposition to buy a crafted ring, because the likelihood of you replacing it tomorrow is very... There's nothing worse than buying an expensive piece of crafted gear to then open your vault and replace it instantly. Nothing more annoying. But rings, trinkets, less likely to fall into that category, which is why they're always somewhat safe bets. Comes with a socket guaranteed. They will be able to initially have it infused with whatever level of infusion that they want it to be. They can set their secondary stats on it. And then there's the option for some embellishments if they want to lock it down to be... Yeah, they could add embellishments to it as well. Fusembles, diamonds, spark of ingenuity, primal chaos. So it is clear that the primal chaos and the spark of ingenuity is what's likely to end up being... Well, we already know. It's been confirmed. I'm not entirely sure I want to be as confident using the word confirmed, but it is at the very least being stated here that the customer putting in the work order will need to provide the primal chaos. Whilst this is a blue post, it's not a patch note. So it's good to showcase the indication, but it cannot be taken as gospel. But either way, primal chaos is going to need to be provided by whoever wants it. Either the customer can provide any of the unbound stuff. Jewel crafters are going to provide all of this garbage. Patch notes are also blue. Sure. Jewel crafters are going to provide this stuff, which means you're going to need to hunt down, as a jewel crafter, you're going to need to hunt down a reliable source of diamonds, or you hope somebody else specs in to making diamonds and then you buy theirs. Always thinking. But you then this should be a really good, solid direction to go, I reckon. Making these at as high a quality as possible feels like a big win to me. And to do such, you would need to put 10 points, I guess, in here. Hang on, what do you get by doing this? Well, let's follow the path then. What do we get en route to that, and how much do we need to get to there? Improve at the delicate art of fitting jewellery, carving stone, gaining +1 skill point in this spec. Upon unlocking this spec, gain 5 resourcefulness when fitting jewellery and carving stones. That's annoying because the initial node is dull. Not something that you too care about. What do you get here? 5 inspiration when fitting jewellery and carving stones. Okay, inspiration we like, but I would much prefer it to have been a plus skill slot. Learn a sub-spec. So we need 10 points to begin with here. 10 points will then get us down here. Hone your skills as a jeweler, gaining +1 skill when fitting jewellery. Upon unlocking it, gain resourcefulness again. Ugh, double boring. +5 bonus crafting skill from inspiration. DNT write manually. What? Do not translate. Write manually. Eh? Doesn't even make sense when fitting jewellery. Learn a sub-spec. So 20 points. You're going to need 20 points to unlock this node. And it's in this node where... Specialise in the creation of luxury rings, gaining +5 skill for ring crafts per point in this spec. And it then is going to require you to put a further 15 points in here to actually unlock the recipe in the first place. So that's what, 10, 20, 35 knowledge points is going to be needed to unlock this in the first place. That seems like they've pushed those back, you know. It feels to me like they've pushed those back. It used to only... I feel like it used to only be... Have they rejiggery pokered these? It felt to me previously like you only needed about 20 points to unlock an endgame craft. Needing 35 is just going to, you know, mean that you're still 13 short, even by leveling up your profession. Meaning that you're going to have to go out... Oh, okay, actually, thinking about it, you're going to gain +4 from the one-time quests. So that's 26. Then all it's going to require you to do is a couple of days of dailies, right? Oh, if you can save up 200 artisan metal, you'll get +15 as well. So that's the trick. That's the trick to unlocking this really quickly. The trick, you could unlock this day 1. There's no this is a day 1 unlock potentially then. I mean, when I say a day 1 unlock, I mean actually getting the recipe. Everything that's in the game currently could allow you to get your end game craft unlocked day 1. If you zerg everything in a very specific direction. You could start fulfilling work orders day 1 for these. The question would become the question is though, is that are people going to be able to get their Sparks of Ingenuity day 1? You're not going to get this until you've done your Engine of Innovation quest thing, which I presume actually requires you to be level 70. But at the very same time, your path to unlocking this is going to mean that you can be banging out these things like a crazy person, right? You're going to be churning these out. Bands of New Beginnings. The likelihood is because you're going to be putting skill points into making these, there's a strong chance that you will then also be crafting quality 2 versions of these, giving yourselves a step up to everybody else that will be trying to bang them out at quality 1. Okay. Day 1, quality 2, Bands of New Beginnings, with also unlocking your endgame ring to start fulfilling orders practically day 1. Now, I say day 1, it's still going to require you as a crafter to be leveling up at the same time, your actual character, because whilst it may not be necessary to do your profession daily quest day 1, it's a bonus 3 profession skill if you can, so why not? Did you notice if there was any level requirements for any of the trainer patterns? I didn't notice if there was, no, but there usually isn't. Usually the trainer patterns, you can learn all of them as long as you have that skill, that profession skill. I must admit I didn't pay attention. You might need to check the VOD. Okay. That's interesting. That you could, in theory, zerg towards an endgame specialization on day 1 with the quantity of... And I should point out that was all without doing too much of any form of shenanigans. I shit you not, there's a lot more shenanigans that could be done on top of that theory. For example, this isn't taking into... This was going by the theory that you get 200 artisans metal, because in the Anaran Plains, I showcased this a little bit yesterday. In the Anaran Plains, the down at Fork River Crossing is where the Artisans Consortium faction fellas sit, right? There is 4 one-time quests down there that give you an item that allows you to go up to a cave up here, and you trade those items in for 1 artifact knowledge of a profession of your choice, and you get 25 artisan's metal for each one. So, in simple terms, 100 artisan's metal by completing 4 quests, or a quest chain that gives you 4 of an item, I should say. Which means you could get to 200 quite comfortably. Then you can turn in 200 at the vendor in Valdrakken for plus 15 knowledge points. And there's nothing stopping you doing all of that on day 1, in theory. Obviously, it's a few hours work because you're going to need to level your character first. But let's say you spend the first 5 or 6 hours leveling your character, get your character into the mid-60s, then you bang out your profession stuff. By mid-60s, you'll have probably then spend another hour or 2 getting all of your flight stuff. You could easily have it done within a few hours of the expansion going live. Red Dawn? Oh yeah, because these are pre-made characters, that's why. I was like, what's going on? I've done all of the quests, but not on this character. This is a pre-made character. Now, of course, you could repeat that same process. For the purpose of the example, I went the route of, like, the rings. You could do the same, but go the direction of the necklaces. You could go the other direction, and you could unlock the idols, or the trinkets. Is it the same? Oh, where do you learn the actual trinket? Eh? Is that another trinkets one? Hang on, hang on. What's the trinket called? Jewel crafters are making trinkets again. Trinkets. Idol of the Dreamer, Earth Warden, Lifebinder, Spellweaver. Are they not learnt through the... Are they not learnt through the Spectres? I would have assumed they were learnt through the Spectres. Huh. This could be a twist of fate. Maybe the trinkets might require you a little bit more effort. Huh, okay. Okay. It appears that you do not learn the trinket patterns through the Spectre, like you do the rings and necklaces, unless it's hidden somewhere else. You can now discover prismatic ore when prospecting, which itself can be prospected for higher gem yield. Prospectception. Prospecting prismatic ore now has the chance of containing Casgarite ore. Funny. Okay. Yeah, there seems to be no way via the professions, by the Spectres, to make the trinkets. Now, there's an option. There's one other option that is very appealing. There's one other option that's very appealing, of which is to just Zerg prospecting. If you don't care too much for the hustle and the bustle of trying to be the biggest and the best gem cutter, or trying to keep ahead of the game with rings and necklaces and that sorts of thing, there is another perfectly valid route that in theory could end up actually even being even more lucrative if you do it right, is that just going hardcore prospecting. So you go this route, you unlock enterprising, which gives you plus skill with just crafting random stuff. That's not really your goal, though. Your goal is to just get better at prospecting. But some of these nodes, resourcefulness when crafting extravagancies, inspiration, sub-spec. You need 10 points to unlock the sub-spec. Then when you dive deep into prospecting, improves the delicate task of prospecting to increase yield. That's an important choice of word there. Increase yield, meaning that it's going to just straight up give you, in theory at least, give you more gems. Gaining +1 resourcefulness when prospecting per point in this spec. Whether that's just a fancy use of words to explain what's going on, or whether it does directly relate to an increased quantity of gems, we can test this. We can test for this, because this is why we did our baseline, right? This is why we track where the flips now's me sheet gone. This is why I did a baseline of 500 of each of the ores with 0 skill and no other, no other fanciness going on. So this becomes our baseline in terms of prospecting results. Now we can see what the difference is that if we just stack up a bunch of prospecting skill and repeat the same thing again, what does it look like this time? So this is why we had to make the baseline data to begin with. Resourcefulness when prospecting, meaning that you consume less ore when prospecting. Every point in this is giving you an additional point in prospecting. So every 10 points you put in this is 1% additional resourcefulness, which is not outrageous, but it will add up when you're prospecting thousands of ore. Resourcefulness increases your chances of acquiring glass when prospecting. That's a bit of a dud node, unfortunately. But the fact that you'll be able to discover prismatic ore when prospecting increases your chances of acquiring raw gems when prospecting. So just straight up, no messing about. Just here you go, have more gems. More gems means more money, more gold. And then prospecting prismatic ore has a chance to contain Kazgarite ore. This could be massive, like depending on what the rate of prismatic ore becomes. If Kazgarite ends up being ludicrously expensive, like I suspect it might do, because it's hard as all hell to acquire, you could just go hardcore prospecting route, maxing out your ability to prospect. And then, because the gems themselves are region-wide commodities, then there's the option that you just sell gems. You just undercut everybody else's ability to sell gems. Could be that could be, and like I said, it's one of those in a gold rush. Sell shovels, It's don't be mining for the gold. Sell the shovels. This is another theory, right? Alts for every profession incoming. That's a valid point. That if it becomes quick and easy enough, I would prefer to have one jewel crafter just chilling back in the main city that I don't do anything with. I'll do all of the prospecting on one character, then I'll send all of the gems to the main character to do their stuff with. That sort of very niche scenario is a strong possibility. When everything's really expensive, it makes a lot of sense to do degenerate things like that, because prospecting is something likely that if you want to focus on jewel crafting for in a big way, the initial cost of quickly leveling up a second jewel crafter on an alt, you don't need to do anything too degenerate, but just by leveling it using vendor recipes, you get 22 skill points, meaning you could put, what is it, you need 10 in here. 10 in here unlocks your prospecting bonuses, and then that's just stacking resourcefulness. 22 points would get you to a little bit past here without really doing much of anything with the profession. 22 bonus resourcefulness plus a few more because you got... I could probably quite quickly and easily simulate that. Simulate having one character being... And what would the results look like? But that I think is about as far as I need to go from now with Dawn crafting. Because let's be honest, all that I really care about in the early days is what does my first few days of Dawn crafting look like. If I want to go ham with Dawn crafting, what do you need to do in the first 2, 3, 7 days of the expansion? What you choose to do after that is a little bit more up to you. What I heard is use your second account for mass prospecting and get rich. Well, yeah, get those bank alts before they really start selling anything. Get those bank alts leveled up as Dawn crafters. Get them doing all of your gems. I'm not going to lie, I'm very, very tempted when Dragonflight launches to level 2 characters at once on 2 accounts. Very tempting to do. It would slow down my speed of leveling on that first character. But the reality is that actually getting to 70 does not really feel like to be a super, super necessary thing. I'm probably, I'm already foreseeing that I'll get into Dragonflight, unlock Dragon Riding. By the time you unlock Dragon Riding and have done a few more quests, you're like 62 or something. At that point, I'll probably fly around for an hour or so, gather up as much dragon riding abilities as I can, because I tell you what, early dragon riding, for those of you that have been able to test it on the beta, early dragon riding with no skill points is painful. You are constantly stop-starting, but once you get 4 or 5 or even 6 vigor, and your vigor regenerates faster, you practically don't run out unless you're, trying to get from very low to very high. So running around and gathering all of the dragon nodes makes a lot of sense to me to start with. Then at level 60, whatever level I need to be to go and do the quest line for the Artisan's Metal would be what I would probably then do. Then I'd level my profession, because that would have given people a few hours to go out and gather some materials and put them on the auction house. Because I ain't doing that gathering shit myself. You can get bent. There's no way I'm gathering myself. I'll give people a few hours to go out and do it themselves. All of those druids that will level first with their herb and mining, I'll let them do their thing for a few hours first. Let the market prices do some weird and wacky things. Then power forward. The question then becomes for me is, do I do all of this on an alt hunter instead of my main? Because if I need to do any shenanigans with second profession shuffling, which I don't particularly want to do, but the more Artisan's Metal I can get my hands on for the purpose of my main profession, the better. But profession shuffling won't need to be a thing if that vendor doesn't exist. A lot of it is weighted on if that vendor exists. If that vendor exists that allows you to turn 200 Artisan's Metal into 15 knowledge points, if he's there day one, it's a totally different game for me than if he's not there. Where are the quests for the artisans? The Anaran Plains. In the Fork River crossing at the southern part of the Anaran Plains. The Artisans Consortium are chilling out here. This is Blizzard's way to basically, it's a small little quest line that introduces you to, you know, crafting orders and profession knowledge and all of this sort of stuff. It's Blizzard's tutorial mode for the new crafting system. It's part of a little quest line down here. Now, I can't accurately remember if the quest line is part of the campaign or whether it's just a side quest. But yeah, second zone. So walking shores. Without giving away too many spoilers, you get into the walking shores. About an hour later, you unlock dragon riding. The zone, if you're doing nothing more than the campaign only, shouldn't take you more than a couple of hours, even if you're, you know, sort of casual with what you're doing. Then you step into the Anaran Plains, and then at some point, which I can't quite remember, the quests down here will give you the introduction to the new crafting system. And in turn, you pick up a bunch of items through some quests that can be turned in for Artisan's Metal. The TLDR is that you get 100 of them for free just by completing these quests. Okay. Well, I don't need to, you know, I've got months to think about what's going on with that. Let's try and answer one of the questions that is clearly going to be a big question at the moment. And that is, can we rotate professions to min-max artisan knowledge? Sorry, artisan metal. Can we cycle professions for our benefit? Is it going to be a thing that we look to do? So let's say, for example, as my second profession, I start off with... Do we just go down the list? Do we just go down the list? Do we pick up alchemy? We pick up alchemy. Actually, before I go too far, let me put all this jewel crafting stuff in... Or at least the artisan's metal away, so I remember how many of them I have. Let's just put those out the way for now so they don't get mixed in with any new ones that we get. So we got 110 from leveling jewel crafting. I should also point out just how ludicrously expensive it is to level professions the first couple of days of the expansion. So this won't necessarily be something for the faint of hearted when it comes to gold cost. You could easily drop 100k leveling a profession in this way on the first day. Easily. And if you're looking to then cycle them, you know, gets a bit sketchy. Now, I'm not going to use this as a learning exercise for these professions. I just want to see if I bang through a bunch of shit really quickly. Vials, Hockenbloom, Frost. Buy a bunch of those. So we got first time craft bonus on this. Our goal here is not really to level the profession up. It's more about just to actually cycle through one of every recipe that you get off here. Mana potions. We want to make one of them at the very least. It's interesting you're getting double bubble on this. First time craft bonus again. We need to make one more of them to get to skill 10. Oh, I really should have just crafted another one of these, shouldn't I? Stupid game. So what we now do is we just do this with a first craft bonus. The likelihood is that your research with alchemy. I said I'm not going to use this as a learning curve. I'm going to stick to my guns with that. Why does it say we don't have any Hockenbloom? Because we don't have any Hockenbloom. That's probably why it's saying we don't have any Hockenbloom. Oh, hang on. I'm buying them up to 100. What am I doing? I forgot they stack to 1,000. Meaning I should just probably buy 1,000 of them. Because I don't care about this from a testing perspective. One of these. First time crafting bonus, 5 artisans metal. Awaken frost. 2 of them. First time craft bonuses. Although it does seem to say the first time we press this button it might do a thing. Which is odd. But now, say, for example, now that we've done that a little bit, what happens if we then just go, you know what? Oops, I decided, oh no, boo, I decided I didn't want alchemy. I'm going to unlearn alchemy. Oh no, I don't want alchemy. I'm going to get rid of alchemy. I've still got me 20 artisans metal, though. It didn't take them away from me. What happens if I change my mind? Actually, you know what? Actually, I do want alchemy. I like alchemy. It's my favourite profession. I am going to take alchemy. What happens when we go back in here? No longer do we get a first craft bonus. So you can't cycle the same profession. Let's just get a couple more points. You can't cycle the same profession. We procced and inspired on our first one. Lovely stuff. Where the Funkysaurus are we getting plus 38 skill points from? Oh, because we're using top quality materials. Yeah, I forget. Yeah, I forget that's meant to be the thing. Yeah, I forget. Using high quality materials is meant to give you a bump to your skill. Yeah, okay, that makes complete sense. I forgot what was going on for a minute there. Throw it a curveball, grab a different profession, craft a couple of things, then go back to alchemy. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Let me just craft this back up a little bit, just to, you know, for a little bit more solid testing. Now we learn all of this again. Now, it still now says that these have first craft bonuses because I didn't craft these last time. But yeah, okay. So there is going to be some sort of hidden behind the scenes, probably very similar to how the quest system works. A tracking so that even if you drop the profession and take it again, you're not able to re-farm. You can't re-farm first-time craft bonuses to gain bonus artisan's metal. But now all that is said and done, what happens if we're like, yeah, you know what? Actually, fuck you, alchemy. You're stinky. But I've still got all of these herbs kicking about, so I'm going to pick up inscription, you know. I'm going to take inscription because I heard Dark Moon trinkets are a thing, right? I hear people are making billions on Dark Moon cards, and I want me some of that. I then pick up inscription, and I'm like, you know what? Let's get some milling on the go. Let's mill some herbs real quick. Hockenbloom gives me a bunch of stuff. Go away, recipes. Let me click the button. Mill a bunch of this real quick. Get a bunch of pigments on the go. Get a few skill points. You don't get first time craft on pigments, but we bang through some of this nice and quick. Can we get 10 skill points just from milling? Lovely. Do we get skill points by making inks? We need some iridescent water. Oh, we need to mill some of the other shit. Of course we do. We need iridescent water. Where are you going to sell me some waters? Sell me some waters. I'd have thought it was in here. Was I in the right place to begin with? I think I was in the right place to begin with. Where's me water? There we go. Carefully hidden at the back there. Let's mill up some of this. Flourishing, 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 flourishing. Make some flourishing inks. Bingo! First time bonus. 25 bonus. Okay. I was hoping there'd be some sort of limiting factor that if you had taken more than 2... Okay, there seems to be some way that via cycling the professions on your character, you are going to be able to cheese lots of free artisan metal. Which is of no surprise. But I wonder how much of an effect it's going to have. It also remembers one's spent knowledge points. Not possible to reset it by forgetting and relearning a profession. Yeah, that's also slightly by design. Yeah, that's the thing. It's been asked many, many times, though, that it seems to make some sense to give people some way to reset it, even if it's on like a long-ass cooldown or something. The problem is the more things like this that they implement, the more complicated the system they make, the more open to abuse the whole thing is. You call it cheese, I call it depth for those deep pockets. True. If you're not going to give us a pay-to-win system, we'll make one ourselves. If you're not going to let me use my gold efficiently to gain an advantage, I'll find a way to do it all the way, all the same. You're going to drop a lot. Well, yeah, it's not really loopholes in terms of it being an exploit. It's going to be monstrously expensive to cycle professions on the first day or two or week or in whatever time frame you choose to do it. It's going to be monstrously expensive to do. But that doesn't discount the fact that if you can stack up a whole bunch of artisans metal to then dump into one profession, it's going to be worth your while to at least do some of this. But that's still only on the principle that that trainer is there that allows you to buy knowledge points. Let me, bring all of this background to one of the first issues I had with these profession specs, was that one of the very first early things I said was that if at any point you can buy knowledge points, the system has loopholes in it. And there's a vendor that allows you to, although it's not strictly for gold, allows you to buy knowledge points, which means, you know, there's a back door to the entire system when you allow people to buy knowledge points. So you've done a bit of this, you've got a few first time bonuses once again. You can go, you know what, actually, really don't like Inscryption. See you later, Inscryption. Didn't like you. I want to go back to my alchemy. I really did like alchemy. I loved alchemy so much that I'm going to level it for a third time to see if it makes any difference whatsoever. I really did like my alchemy. I'm going to craft myself some healing potions again. No first time bonus yet. So it clearly works in a like I suspected it to. It's going to act like what happens when you complete any quest in the game. It tracks behind the scenes. It tracks it based on your character, and it says that you've already done this quest. You've already gained your first craft bonus. You can't have it again. There's no cheesing first craft bonuses in that regard. But if you want to, and if it becomes necessary to, have access to significantly more artisan's metal than is singularly provided to you via a single profession, you're just going to use your second profession slot to cycle through professions and just farm first craft bonuses. Now, like I said, this is not necessarily going to be something cheap to do, but let's also not forget that in the first week of the expansion, it's nearly impossible to not make gold by crafting things. So any of these items that you craft, any of these materials that you mill, any of this ore that you prospect, any of the skin you buy for making leather, anything that you do with any of this, throw it on the auction house and sell it. And you'll recuperate most of the cost and probably come out ahead. This is the stupid thing, right? You'll probably come out ahead. Sounds a lot like a bad relationship that you keep going back even though it's still not working. A little bit. A little bit. Just put all the mats on the cash shop, problem solved. Do silly things, right? I think it's a good middle ground from hard abuse versus depending pockets to cycle just once. Fun Police will likely nerf it before release. The problem is I don't really know how they nerf it. If they're going to put this first time bonus in to front load you artisan method, this is the thing, right? This is going to make the whole scenario really, really quite interesting. They're going to front load people with a lot of these resources. And people, although, you know, they'll see that it comes from a first-time craft bonus, but most people won't realise just how scarce of a material it is after that first-time bonus. And people will spend it willy-nilly, and they'll just splash it on things, and they'll be like, because nobody will be able to assign a value to it. Goblins will know what they're doing, but regular Joe that just plays with the professions probably won't have much of a clue. So this is why I suspect that things like getting your high tier crafting equipment, sure, it's a big sink for your artisan's metal, but at the very same time, if they allow me to put in a work order for one of these, provide 0 of the artisan's metal, but put a nice juicy tip on it, I could imagine that there'd be people out there that would snap up 20, 30, 50k for one of these by providing their own artisan's metal. You know why? Because they'll aggressively undervalue it because they'll have accidentally got 200 of it just by, you know, playing the game for a few hours. They won't realise that it's the tap gets turned off really quickly. Could you make an alt to provide a work order for your mains crafters equipment? No idea. No idea. Work orders are not implemented yet, so we don't know. But okay. I think we've solved that question, if nothing else. Is there anything you can do to get artisan metal after the initial flow? There is what I feel is a weekly quest. A weekly quest that feels really dumb and really boring right now with the Artisans Consortium, the crafting faction. They're not a major faction. They're not one of the big four. Okay. Yeah, they're not one of the big four. I wonder if I have reputation with them at all. No, of course I don't. The Artisans Consortium have a quest in Valdrakken, which at the moment feels like a weekly quest. But you don't do anything. You just like, thanks for being a good crafter, right? And he just gives you some artisan's metal. But it seems to be a weekly quest. And the amount of artisan's metal it seems to provide you is based upon your standing with that faction. So the first time I was able to complete the quest, before I'd done many of the quests for them, I got given 20 artisan's metal. The week after, I got given 50. But outside of that, there's not really many places to get this artisan's metal. Which is, for me, I think slightly odd. Because as was pointed out, even by the dev, right? Even by our developer at Blizzard. Oh, did I just close that? What a donkey. Hang on. That one. There needs to be some way to acquire these in a... Yeah, Artisan's Metal is a bit of an exception because it's a special reagent earnable within the profession ecosystem and only really useful for those who are using a profession or who are placing crafting orders. Keeping it for being tradable means that each crafter/gatherer needs to earn their own to help with their profession, but allowing it to be provided by either party during a crafting order means you don't need to engage in professions directly, but you can still hit up a crafter to perform recrafting services for you. This is going to be the thing, right? If it takes 10 artisans metal for you to recraft or to request for a piece of... See, this could either mean they do need to make it so that it's not a requirement to provide the artisan's metal. This will mean that crafters will be able to charge gold for them to use their own artisan's metal to perform recrafts. If let's say a raid logger wants to upgrade their piece... This is annoying. If a raid logger wants to upgrade their piece of gear, if they want to give their ring back to a jewel crafter to have it upgraded, right? And they choose to not provide the jewel crafter with any artisan's metal because they're not engaging with the profession system in any way, shape or form because they're a raid logger, they're going to have to pay an exorbitant amount of gold for that luxury to happen, right? Because that's going to mean that the crafter themselves is going to have to use their own artisan's metal to perform that recraft. And that in turn will mean that there will be limited to how many recrafts they can do because they themselves also only have a limited number of artisan's metal, which will lead to some sort of it might end up leading to either those recrafting requests just flat out don't get fulfilled because crafters will be like, look, if you don't provide your artisan's metal, we're not recrafting for you. Unless, somebody drops 100k, then I might think about it. Everybody can be bought for a price, but it depends what that price is. But it's that's only going to that is likely to then only leave a sour taste in the raid logger's mouth. Which you could argue, if you're a raid logger and all you want to do is log into the raid and kill bosses, then you're not going to have a perfect world. And you shouldn't have a perfect world. But all it will do is then just mean that, oh, screw these professions. You mean I have to deal with professions to upgrade my gear that I primarily... So I can go raid, you know... Those raid loggers... in some regards annoy me because there's an air of privilege about them. The fact that they kill the biggest and baddest bosses and yet also put in practically, no effort compared to others. But I don't know. Maybe I'm ranting again. Am I hungry? Oh my god, we've been streaming 4 hours again. No wonder. Okay, I've taken 2 days to practically do jewel crafting. This is not speedy process, is it? Oh, Lord. Are you going to keep a list of all sources of artisan metal? I'm going to be honest, I'm not doing very good at writing things down. But luckily, I've got a reasonably good brain for this sort of stuff. But yeah, you're right. I should jot more stuff down. But it's also the reason I end up streaming most of this. So at least if I really forget and really need to find out, I know it's on a VOD somewhere. Okay. So, let's take the assumption that I want to go hardcore ring mastery. I unlock settings. Boom. I take my 22 skill points and I say, you know what? I need to unlock sub-spec, which is 10 points. Oh, it's pinky red. 10. Apply changes. Boom. Then I can unlock jewelry. Bingo. I can then put another 10 points in there. Boom. 10. Learn a sub-spec. Use knowledge. Ah! No. Back it up. It's not final until you press apply. 10 points in there. Apply. Now I don't technically have them on this character, but now I need, what did we say? 5, 10, 15 to actually unlock the signet. And I've only got 2. So I'd need 13 more. Maybe make an option on Discord where we can report where we got metal from whilst leveling on the other server. By all means, just throw things in the Discord channels and stuff if that's easier, or keep personal notes yourself and we'll collate everything at a later date. It's very, very difficult to keep like a public document for this sort of stuff because all it takes is one person to come in and delete it. But, okay. Well, what the 22 points going in this direction puts us in sight of a fancy ring to begin with. What it also has the weird thing of, though, is that we're now at a bit of a sticky situation to where until we start doing daily quests, until we start gaining more knowledge, we don't really have anywhere to go. We're at 45 skill. This is what's going to annoy people. This is going to frustrate people to no end. We're at this point, we don't really have anywhere to go. There's only now 3 things that are going to give us skill points. Elemental Harmony, which is a crafting reagent that we're not going to have too much of an incentive to craft right now. 1, because it's going to be batshit level crazy. I mean, sure, if you can craft them and sell them for more than it costs, you go ahead. But it doesn't change the fact that from purely leveling your profession, it's batshit crazy level expensive. The second one is going to be your profession equipment, but that in and of itself requires more artisan's metal than you've easily been able to acquire. So that doesn't really become a viable option for you. And your third option is a cooldown. Your third option is a 20-hour cool. Okay. Third option. Am I dead? Are we disconnected? I think we're disconnected. I think we've DC'd. Your third option is then a cooldown. So you know, where do you go from here? Okay, now it won't open at all. What's going on? Now half my buttons don't work. Hello? Now log out. Okay. Okay. Is the server dead? Well then, I guess that's telling. I guess that's pretty telling, isn't it? If the game doesn't want to work for me, I guess that's telling. Might. Oh, F4 it is then. Fucking hell. Let's try again. Is it going to let me do something now? Oh, I'm out of juice. Where'd the vendor go? He's coming. Okay, we're back. But yeah, the summary to this is you're gonna hit a very hard roadblock. You're gonna hit a roadblock where, because you're not gonna want to you physically can't mass craft these. Sure, you could go and fulfill work orders for them, but only if they're providing the artisan metal, which practically means that a work order for one of these is basically gonna never exist, because a Jauncraft, like, the only work orders for these that are ever going to exist is people who want one from another Jauncrafter that aren't willing to spend their own artisan's metal. So there's no option, not a single option that is ever going to arise for you to mass craft any of these. You've got a 20-hour cooldown, and you've got something that's going to be batshit level crazy expensive. So you hit skill 45, and this is just this roadblock. Boom! The door's closed. Leveling, you are done leveling for today. Come back tomorrow. Welcome to the world of time gating. Now your option is to go out and find patterns. Go out, level, you know. It's at this point, realistically, you're going to have to level to 70 and start chipping away at the other factions to go and get some patterns. That's literally it from this point on. Or put your spec points somewhere else. Like, for example, if you put them into faceting, at some point along the lines here, you learn the better, more gem cuts. It's really odd. You can be at this point and you have all of 4 gems to make. Of any decent quality. You have the rudimentary gems, but the gems that people are actually going to want. You do it's not a case of specializing. It's a case of you do this or you do this. It's not so much a specialization in terms of, like, you can still do this, but you want to choose to do this better. It's, if you want to go and do that thing really well, you are foregoing the ability to do this at all. Which feels a little bit strange. Stam haste, stam mastery, stam crit, stam verse. So yeah, Nozdorite are just stam gems. These are going to be disenchant bait. These are going to be absolute disenchant bait after a few days, because you get more of them by prospecting than you do any other colour as well. Which sort of makes sense, right? I get, maybe that's the reason why you get more of these by prospecting. Because it seems like an odd decision to make, but maybe it's because that if you choose to go, if you're a jewel crafter and you choose to go the ring and the necklace route, once you unlock this ring, if you're banging out rings, right, these ones down here, if you're churning these out, oh, this is a good thing to pay attention to actually now. Now that we've simulated maybe what's possible on the first day for jewel crafting, going full ring crafting mode, we can see that we have a base skill of 75 now. We have 45 from our profession and then plus 30 from our spec tree. It's more than the points that's gone into it because there are some areas that give you a bonus, right? There's something somewhere along here that's going to have given us... Yeah, here we go. Plus 5 bonus. So we now, in theory, could start churning out quality 2 ones of these, but only as and when we get a proc. You can see we still can't guarantee quality 2. We need a skill of 99 to guarantee quality 2s of these. Our skill's only 75, but our inspiration is nearly 10%. 9%, 8.9% to be exact. But as and when we do become inspired, we gain 44 bonus skill, which will push us past this threshold and will mean every time we get an inspiration proc, we will craft a quality 2. In other words, 10% of our crafts, or, well, 9% of our crafts are going to be quality 2 of this thing. The other way we could try and fix this scenario is by using better quality components in making it. These shimmering clasps, for example, could be potentially something you look at making at a higher quality. Shimmering clasp. There's not, you know, now that we have this, if now we mass produce a bunch of shimmering clasps, when our inspiration kicks in, we'll be making quality 2s of these as well. We're only a handful of points away from guaranteeing quality 2. Maybe if we've been lucky with prospecting and have got some quality 2 Mystic Sapphires, maybe we look at using those all of a sudden. Annoyingly, it doesn't showcase any difference here like it probably should. But using higher quality components here would be a benefit. And of course, we could just turn around and use better quality gem cuts if we've had some. This would also bump up our skill. But worst case scenario, with the skill that we have right now, even using the most basic quality components, if I craft 10 of these now, the likelihood is crafting 10 of these now should give us, by the law of averages, at least 1 at quality 2. Which, you know, would be a higher item level and worth more. Da-da-da. Oh, I do like this system. I do like this a lot. I like this an awful lot. Shimmering clasps. Let's make a bunch of these. See if we get any inspiration procs. There we go. Inspiration kicked in, which was enough to push it into quality 2. So now we have a quality 2 clasp. A multi-craft kicked in as well. Look, we got a 2% multi-craft. Multi-craft kicked in and gave us 3 of them. Genius. So we crafted 10 of them and ended up with 12. That'll do, with 1 of them being quality 2. We ended up with 13, sorry. Maybe we already had 1. I think we already had 1. This is going to be where crafting your own intermediates is probably going to be a smart move, you know. So now we go and we go, you know what? Right, now we make 10 of these. You've got a bunch of these fellas, a bunch of these fellas, a bunch of these fellas. I've got enough to do this a few times. So let me say if we make 10 of these now. Oh my word, why can't it make... Stop, Jay. Okay. Go. Make 10 of these now. Quality 1. Quality 1. Seven, 8, 9. We're not going to get a result. We're not going to get an inspiration proc, of course. Might need to craft a few more to get the inspiration procs. It should be based on, you know, 10% inspiration, 1 in 10, but that's not quite exactly how probabilities work. But you know, let's buy some more rousing fire. Let's sell off a few of these to the vendor. They all roll with different secondary stats as well. Crit verse, haste verse, verse mastery, haste verse. And I shit you not, day one, you're crafting these. Day one, you're gonna be making a packet. What if you check the use best quality items? Maybe that will show the skill bar accurately. No, no, it doesn't, which is a shame. That's just a dual crafting thing. When we test other professions, you'll see it working properly. We need to make some more shimmering clasps. This button's a bit of a bait, you know. I'm convinced this button's a bit of a bait because it's going to, you know, trick people into using higher quality materials when they really don't need to. Oh, that's cool. That's also what I wanted to see. So when resourcefulness kicks in, it now showcases it as a reagent saved. You did not spend this reagent. Resourcefulness kicked in. You used fewer components, means you made that shimmering clasp without one of these mystic sapphires, practically meaning you made it for nothing more than the cost of a misshapen figuree, which is quite cool. I like that this is prominently displayed, that when a proc happens, when something interesting happens, you're told about it. This is all meant to make the whole, you know, chasing dopamine kicks. You know, you're banging through something and it's you're watching your crafting list and boom, something procs, and instead of making 2 of something you make 7 of them, and it's, you know, you feel like you've won something even though it's just a mathematical lottery. I don't want dopamine kicks from a game I craft before bedtime. Just close your eyes when you do it then. Just not looking, not looking. So then go make a bunch more of these. I want to see an inspiration proc on one of the rings. I want to see something interesting happening on the rings. Ah, screw you, laws of averages. Screw you and your averages not working out the way I expect them to. But the logic at least is still there, that, you know, 9% of the time you craft something, it should be crafting with inspiration procking. And it's now not procking. Because it is a proc. And that's how procs work. Oh, I have flipping used me stream of luck on a shimmering clasp. God damn. Right, that'll do. That's loads of those. Go on. Give me a proc on one of the rings. I want to see it. Boom! There we go. So there you go. You can see it now. Band of New Beginnings. Inspired Creation. Which gave us a bonus of 44 skill. Which pushed it into the realms of quality 2. Now meaning that this thing, where's it gone, is arguably... now this is also slightly difficult because the secondary stats are going to roll differently every time as well. But it's 2 item levels higher, which is a real simple thing, right? You 2 item levels higher, put it on the auction house, charge more for it, more stats, right? 276 up to 283 in stamina. Not that it, you know, I'm using a low level, dumb level ring, so it doesn't make all the difference. Let's not get too excited here. But it's showcasing how the system works and the mindset you can go into the system with. That on day 1 of the expansion, you could quite easily be, you have to specialize exactly this route to put yourself in a position to be able to make quality 2 ones. Bind when used. Unique equip. Bind when used usually happens when it's unique equip. So how much better is that ring? Probably not particularly better, but it didn't cost you any more materials to make it than the regulars. And so, yeah, the logic there is that 9% of the time, because of my inspiration, now that I have enough skill... There is technically, now, if you to really min-max it, because inspiration gives you plus 44 bonus skill, you need 99. So you only need, what's that, 65 skill natively, so that when inspiration procs, it hits the limit, hits the threshold exactly. So that we got 10 bonus skill from somewhere, which... The irony is that it's actually come from here. We could have put 10 skill points somewhere else. But that's like min-maxing on a ridiculous level. Your actual goal is to continue to pump as many points into this as possible. Because let's not forget, we're only talking about quality 2 here. Everything we've done so far with the profession has led to us being able to do nothing more than make quality 2. There's 5 levels of quality. This recipe of itself needs you to have a total skill in of excess of 250 to make quality 5 versions of these, which isn't going to happen anytime soon. This is your big, you know, when you first level it, you get your first free artisan's metal, you get your first time craft bonuses. This is where you could stand, you know, quite quickly. But after this, slow and steady grind. You slow and steady grind it by getting knowledge points, by completing daily quests. You gain more skill natively by leveling this up further. But as we can see, we've practically hit a brick wall. We could craft a few more elemental harmonies to guarantee ourselves skill points, but these are going to be mad level expensive. And the reality is that because we're only able to hit quality 2 now, we are country miles away, absolutely country miles away at this point from being able to make quality 3. So there's so you can obviously work towards that, but our real goal first would be to continue to put more spec points into here, unlock the Signet of Titanic Insight, the end game ring, and then start crafting and fulfilling work orders on those. Boom. I really like this system, you know. The only concern for me is it just won't last very long. This will be a really, really good first patch. Super fun first patch. For people that love professions, incredibly fun first patch. The concern, though, is that it will get old real quick. And I have no idea how Blizzard are going to implement good amounts of catch-up to this system. Without undermining the efforts that have been put into it in the first place. Like, you can build this big wall, right? You can build a big wall for crafters to try and climb and make it so it takes them a long time to climb it. But if the second 10.1 launches, they install an elevator, it kind of is like, oh, really? So that, you know, catch-up systems are always a bit tricky to deal with, because you want to allow people to catch up, but you don't want to allow them to catch up so quickly and so easily it undermines the effort that was put in at the beginning. I wonder if 100% inspiration is possible, or will eventually be in future patches. I don't know. Are the vendors only available on the Valdrakken server? Yes. I'm unable to move my characters to Valdrakken. Any suggestions? You can't. You have to make pre-made characters on Valdrakken. There's no transfer. You have to make a pre-made character to test this. Feels like the Legion artifact weapons when they came out. Great for when you started with it, but not so much at the end. Maybe. But like I said, if we get a good patch or two of content out of it, I'm happy. This is fun. Not to mention, do I think this is fun and I could spend so much time invested into this. Let's also not forget that there's how many main crafting professions. Not that I'm going to have much of a desire to do this on more than a couple of professions. The reason I'm spending so much time on jewel crafting is because jewel crafting is likely to be the profession that I run with. For no other real reason than I've just always enjoyed jewel crafting. The extra complexity that's added by understanding prospecting has always, every single expansion given me a massive advantage over most people that just, you know, go to the auction house and they just buy some ore and they prospect it and they, you know, they just, you know, stumble along with it. When you know what you're buying and at what point you should be buying it and working towards getting better at X, Y, and Z. Oh, I love it. I'm going to have so much fun with this. I'm going to have so much fun. But I think for today, boys, I think I've already said this twice, but I think for today I'm going to leave it there. It's taken us 2 days to somewhat test jewel crafting, but I think we've learned quite a lot in the last couple of days either way. What we've done with jewel crafting can probably easily be translated to practically any of the professions. The thought process is the same, right? The thought process is the same. You want to focus on inspiration in most cases. That might slightly change on some of the professions, but you want to be careful about when you choose to use higher quality materials, only choosing to use them when it's going to guarantee you crossing a quality threshold. Lots of cool stuff. You know, working out how much artisan's metal we can get our hands on. Unfortunately, clarifying that rotating professions is going to give you more artisan's metal if you choose to do it, albeit being very expensive. There are, unfortunately at the moment, some loopholes to gain an unfair advantage. I mean, definition of unfair is loose, but an advantage at the very least. But anyway, yeah, I'm probably going to be streaming again tomorrow as well. I know tomorrow's Saturday. Usually on a Friday I say farewell until the Monday. But because the professions are up, because I've got a lot of stuff to be, you know, looking through and working out and calculating and learning, I'm probably going to be streaming again tomorrow. So, with that said, a bit of leatherworking tomorrow? Maybe. Leatherworking is my other main primary profession. So you bribed the wife to entertain herself. Well, she's found a food market that she wants to go to, which I don't. So it's a win-win. But we'll see. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I might wake up tomorrow and just want to not stream. We'll see. But anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, and if I don't see you before, have a great weekend. Worst case scenario, we'll be back Monday, same time, same place. So enjoy your weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. Hit all the buttons, the follow buttons. There's, a fair few people are choosing to follow. We are within 7 followers, actually, of 3K followers here on Twitch. So hit the follow button. Why haven't you hit the follow button? I'll see you all Monday in a bit. Peace.